Right. Oh. I walked past this vehicle here this morning on my way to court. Come down the sidewalk right here. I walked right through here. I was like this. I got right to here. There was a guy standing here. He said, "Good morning." I went like this. I seen it was a police officer. I didn't say nothing. I kept recording like that, basically backwards. I got right to here. See where the corner of this wall is, right here, where I can reach out and touch it. If you look directly above me, there's a camera right here. There was a deputy sheriff parked right here in a van that says sheriff on the side of it. He walked over, pulled his keys out of his vehicle. He wasn't parked in a parking spot. Walked over, deliberately came right here in front of me and chest bumped me out of his way as he's going, "Excuse me." I'm like, no, fuck that excuse me bullshit. I'm standing here. You don't walk through a motherfucker. I mean, literally. And then I sat out here for over an hour and they never responded. They never sent somebody out for me to make a complaint. I still don't know the officer's name or the deputy's name. Let's let her go by. Have a great day. Hey, excuse me, not to interrupt, but you a lawyer? What type of lawyer? Criminal? I mean, do you do anything with like civil rights and stuff like that? Did you happen to have a name by chance?
Waples.
Waples?
Waples.
Waples, and what's the other one?
I don't know the name of the partner, but
it's the place. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. But Waples, yep. It's in Indianapolis. Yes, okay, I appreciate you. No, I turned around and I had some trial deals and stuff up here, and then these guys are just they don't understand First Amendment or any of that other stuff, man. But anyway, stuff got thrown out, and I'm like, so now it's time for me to take my end. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. Anyway, back to this car here. The license plate number is VF755, Indiana tag. So I can see this bitch now. She turned around and she witnessed this guy bump into me and do what he did. He literally bumped me right here in front of this. I was hoping she was gonna, thought that was them coming out, but it's not. There's another sheriff's vehicle. That one's bringing, that's the silver one. That one's bringing in jailers. And then, I appreciate you. No, I was standing here this morning. I don't know if you know Peter Capofaro. He was out of Fortville. Anyway, it's my attorney. I was standing here this morning. I was live streaming like I'm doing right now. But I was standing right here. There was a sheriff's vehicle standing right here. And I stood right here and I looked up the camera how I just did a second ago with the film. And I'm standing here and I wasn't saying nothing to nobody, never said nothing to him. And I'm standing here. He comes over to his truck, gets his keys out of it, walks directly into me, takes and puts his arms back and then chest bumps me directly under a camera. And I'm like, what an idiot. And I'm like, I was sitting there thinking to myself, if that had been you, me, or anybody else, we'd be in a jail cell or a hospital. Anyway, you have a great day. Hey, and thank you again for that information. One of the paramedic guys. Now see, now you notice how he just waved? That's the paramedic vehicle the night of my disorderly. That was he's one of the ones who was out there. I literally, on my way here to court this morning, standing right here waiting for my attorney. Literally, a fucking sheriff parked right here. This motherfucker comes out of his vehicle and deliberately walks directly through me, chest bumps me. I mean, and knocks me the fuck out of the way. I was madder than fuck this morning. I came up here, good mood, trying not to cuss anybody out, and he immediately made the fucking, oh, sorry. He immediately made me come out with all the fucking cuss words. I was calling him a regurgitated cum bubble and all kinds of shit. Judge McCord in here doesn't seem to think that me disseminating this news that what we're doing right now is considered press by any means. And this is a circuit court judge. Look at this. I'm 6 foot tall. You see the sign here on the wall, right? And you can see my shadow here, right? This is the court orders. Now look, how far down, I mean, look, you can see where I'm going down, so it shows you, I mean, my kneecaps over there. You gotta be 3.5 fucking foot tall, man. Flat head, no teeth to read that motherfucker. This is a lot of the bullshit I've been dealing with right there. The no cell phones, electronic devices, but public building. Time, place, and manner. Public building. I thought you already left for lunch, Henri. Have a good day. Anyway, we got the commissioners, we got the city councils, we got the county attorneys in here, you got the county auditor. You know, I mean, there's a fucking public law library here. There's all kinds of public shit in a public building. But yet, John Sproles of Henry County, old sheriff, soon to be a bald-headed chicken fucker, he needs to understand you can't trespass me from a fucking public building without breaking a law. The judge has actually trespassed me from his own office, or not the office, but the lobby area, for trying to ask, how do I write him a letter to find out what, you know, the proper, what do I need to do? Threatened me with contempt 2-3 different times over stupid shit. One, I was talking to my lawyer, whispering to my lawyer, and because he heard the whisper, he threatened me. And I'm like, I'm sitting here, I was getting ready to cuss him that day. And, you know, instantly my lawyer grabs a hold of my hand, and I'm like, oh, fuck all that, man. I'm like, this mother. And I literally said it like that in the courtroom. I was like, oh, fuck. I was pissed. I go in there today, he's like, man, you ain't gonna be in a bad mood. I'm like, no, I said, I ain't mad at nobody up in here right now. I said, I'm mad still. It's been over a year that I'm dealing with this shit. You know, from what I've been finding out and reading about, Indiana is 60 to 90 days, I think, for a speedy trial. I've been dealing with this shit since fucking August 21st of last year. There ain't nothing fucking speedy about that. The cops are at lunch right now, but you see the tire tracks here on the sidewalk. The cops generally park right here all over the sidewalk. Somebody don't know how to fucking park. See, look, that Chrysler 200 right there, she's a clerk. You notice anything about the fucking parking spot she's sitting in? See the handicap tag? She ain't handicapped. No handicap placard, no nothing. They put this Walmart sign up for me because I come back here and record them. You notice the curbs are yellow all the way down. All the way down. But you know, yellow means no parking, stopping, standing, sitting. So what'd they do? After I called them out over and over and over, they decided to go ahead and paint this little section right here gray because I've been pitching a bitch about these guys breaking the law. So they think by them just magically bringing some tape out, you know, this wasn't going through zoning. I guarantee they didn't plan this through the zoning. They just went ahead and said, fuck it, bring somebody over here and paint it. Didn't go through the county commissioners properly. I guarantee you they didn't vote on this shit. And if they did, you know, they already know this has been no parking for years. So, oh, that was my attorney or my judge that don't know how to fucking park. Yeah, he seems to think that me disseminating any kind of information is not doesn't count us as press. That, you know, if you have a cell phone, he doesn't consider us press because we're not mainstream news. I don't care if I disseminate this shit to fucking one person or a fucking million people. It's news. Because you guys are some crooked motherfuckers. They're all out here breaking the laws, enforcing laws they don't understand. I mean, this has been over a year. Even the judge doesn't, he doesn't understand. They rescheduled the final deal for my disorderly until October 2nd. So he wants another month to look up cases. And I'm sitting there looking right at my lawyer. I'm like, you know, I don't know, Gliff versus Kniff, you know, right there, one of the main ones. I can record these motherfuckers. You know, I said, New York versus Sullivan. I said, tell that to the judge. I said, if he don't like it, I said, he can go fucking flip burgers too. What the fuck? You can't turn a First Amendment constitutionally protected activity into a crime. I don't give a fuck how you look at it. Give a fuck what I say. As loud as I'm talking right now, this is as loud as I was talking in them videos that I did, you know, on August 21st of last year. My video, it's a 6-hour long video that says piggies, and then there's I don't remember what I titled the other one. I was just not really doing a whole lot with them because of all this bullshit that was going on. It was pissing me off. My other case got fucking completely thrown out. And then when that police officer or that deputy chest bumped me, if it would have been you or me, like I said, we'd be in a jail cell or a hospital, you know, definitely detained in cuffs, ticket, something, you know. And then what do? They're like, no, we can go ahead and do this. And this motherfucker just come out here chest bumping motherfuckers, you know, like he's all good. It's one crooked system. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, they definitely some crooked sons of bitches up in this town. Sheriff would rather fucking shoot you than fucking grow a pair and go in a cell and fucking contain somebody. They'd rather shoot you fucking 4 or 5 times, as many times as you can, with beanbag bullets, and, you know, for your safety. I got a man who stole my pistol, stole my rifle, stole my tools, stole a whole bunch of shit. He's one of the ones that where the case was thrown out, that first case that was thrown out today. The sheriff was telling me, oh, you need to come back in a week or 2 to make a fucking, you know, file a report. Well, how the fuck does that work? I'm like, did I move to fucking Russia all of a sudden? We got a fucking waiting line? The prosecutor tried turning a friend of mine that I've known his entire life. I've known him, I mean, I've been friends with his dad. I mean, before the kid was born. Anyway, he's one of the ones that follow me around at night when I'm out, when I go out and do my recordings. They'll keep an eye on me to make sure that I'm okay, that, you know, nobody does anything dumb, because I've had people literally try to run me off the road for out here recording. I've had people that'll threaten me or whatever. Hell, I threw my bike at one guy. I straight picked that son of a bitch up and launched it like a fucking football. I don't give a fuck. And generally at nighttime, I'm usually armed to the teeth. But yeah, right under that camera right there, the tyrant was standing at the trunk of this car with the woman who drives this car, and watched her deputy boyfriend or husband or friend or whatever he is to her, watched him chest bump me right there underneath that camera. And when I asked her, I said, what's his name? I said, since he don't want to give it, I said, can you tell me? Oh, I can't give you his name. Knowing damn well you work for the fucking public, you know, I am so sick of this fucking town. But I know they thought I was fucking kidding when I said I wasn't fucking taking any of these bullshit deals you're trying to offer me. They wanted me to plead guilty to spitting on someone that I never spit on, and then they would drop my disorderly. You know, they've tried all kinds of stupid shit, and by the time it was all said and done, caught the fucking cop in a bunch of fucking lies. The woman the night I was recording, who came up in front of my video, was screaming at me and shit, and was, you know, calling me an asshole, all kinds of shit. And I was asking her if she knew what, you know, violations, you know, the First Amendment, Bain Act, shit like that. You know, she straight up admitted it, you know, at the court today, you know, that yeah, she's the one that came in. She admitted in there in the court under oath that the police officers came in and asked her if they wanted me trespassed. You know, so which, you know, they can't fucking, you can't be a complainant. Number one, you can't solicit fucking trespass. You know, I know the Supreme Court said these motherfuckers can lie, man, but think about this. They're lying in court under oath. These cops are. They're lying under oath. So, you know, if they're gonna lie under oath and they're gonna lie to you to your face, so they're already padding fucking reports and all kinds of shit. They've wrote down on many paperwork that I'm a sovereign citizen. I don't believe that we should have laws that I walk around with cameras and you know, scanners and all kinds of shit. And yeah, and I got a fucking scanner on my phone. I think who don't? You know, they're completely legal. Anywhere in the United States you want to go, they are completely 100% legal, as long as you're not breaking the law while you're using it. I mean, listen, I'm not the smartest motherfucker. I didn't graduate from high school. But when I'm going in here with hardly any knowledge of the fucking law, but knowing my rights and standing firm on them motherfuckers, fuck you, you're not taking them from me. You know, I signed my paper with a capital V, capital C, or the capital V, or dot, capital C, whatever, then dot, and then my name. The only person who asked me what the hell that stood for was my attorney, and I was kind of surprised that he didn't know what it was. But it's viacotus or vacotus. It's Latin. It's for under duress. Juice. Plug in. Henry County, Indiana. Look at that old ass safe. Oh, I had to come in here in the old courthouse and snag some power for a minute so the phone don't die. You want to see something messed up? If anybody honoring your oath, it should be these guys. Veterans Office. You think if somebody was going to be honoring your oath, it'd definitely be them. He says, we don't allow the First Amendment in here. And I was like, didn't you fight for that? Yes, I did. I was like, then ain't you, shouldn't you be pissed off a little bit? I mean, here's the Henry County Coroner's Office. This is what you call one of them Tartaria buildings, or Tartarian. Used to be some tall motherfuckers running around up in here, didn't he? Oh, they turned it into a time capsule. Celebrating 200 years of tyranny. Yeah, they threw out my disorder, or well, they're basically going to be throwing both out. Well, I don't know yet, honestly. I know they threw out the bodily waste, the battery charge. Supposedly, I was supposed to spit on somebody. You know, same person who stole my rifle, stole my pistol, stole my tools. You know, and it's hard telling what else. I still haven't even gone through everything. I did, but I thought he stole. I found 2 boxes of my tools that were in my toolbox. They were in a red bag. Never seen a red bag before in my life, but definitely know my tools because they got my name on them. So I was able to retrieve that. I still haven't been able to get the rest of my property out of the house out there because I've been dealing with this shit. The judge turns around and they throw out that battery deal, and he took the bond money. That's not my bond. I didn't bond me out. A buddy of mine bonded me out of jail. That's his money. The judge, right in court, goes, well, we're going to take this bond money and we're going to apply it over here to this case. Well, you can't do that because that's not my money. And when I said something to the lawyer, he just looked at me like, basically don't go off in court, which, because he knows I will. In a heartbeat, he knows I will. I don't, like I said, I don't give a fuck. I got no qualms about it. I got no problem telling the judge right off the bat that he's an ignorant son of a bitch. You're going to turn around and enforce law. He's sitting there while my attorney is talking to him about the First Amendment, and then me having this YouTube channel and Facebook channel and other places that we disseminate, videos to. That we're not news. He don't consider us news. Well, your feelings don't fucking matter. What matters is the law. And while we were sitting there, I looked right at my attorney and I was like, man, I said Gliff versus Kniff. And the second I said it, he typed it in real quick. And he was like, damn, he goes, that's a good one. I was like, yes, that's like one of the main ones. I was like, here's one for him. I told him, I said, New York versus Sullivan. I said, hand him that one. And he's like, what's that one? And I was like, if that judge doesn't like what you're talking about, what we're out on the street, or even to his face himself, he's a public official. Told him, said, he can go fucking flip burgers too. Said it just like that in the courtroom. He looked at me like, whoa. He's like, keep it down. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not trying for him to hear me, but I want him to hear me. But he's sitting there, I'm not going to entertain the fact that you considering yourself a journalist. Well, anybody with a fucking camera and talking about anything that's going corruption or anything, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. If you got people watching it, you're disseminating news you're talking about. Just because I don't have fucking $100 million in a fucking $20,000 or $100,000 camera, Listen here, you punk bitch. Get off my fucking live feed. You know what I mean? You spend your entire life bitching, motherfucker. I just got done beating them fucking cases. So lick a dick. Bye-bye, prick. Get the fuck off my channel. I don't give a fuck about viewing those fucking deleted messages. You can kiss my dick on the long end. Come in here trolling me. I don't give a two shits. You need to go home and go kick your wife. Beat your dog. AESOP''S Fables or whatever, what the fuck does it say? I need new glasses. FABLES. I don't even want to pronounce it. I don't even want to put his name in my mouth. Might give me a sour taste. This motherfucker came on my other video, man, a little while ago, and just ranting and raving, talking about, he's fucking whining. No, I'm a happy motherfucker, man. You know, but while I'm standing there waiting for my attorney under a camera, I have a police officer, a deputy sheriff, literally walk into my space. He didn't go around me. He literally went through me and bumped me out of his way. And as he's doing it, oh, excuse me. No, motherfucker, it's not excuse me. So they pulled the cameras while I was in court. The prosecuting attorney's got the cameras up there. They brought, the sheriff's department won't take any complaints from me because I record them. They're a bunch of bent, pussy hurt bitches. Got their pussies in a knot. Need to shave that shit. And it's John Sproles, I'm telling you, man, if you're watching this motherfucker, I'm telling you what, dude, you're hiring draft pussy, dude. You need to put the fucking shit down. I've never in my life, 57 years old, never ever heard of a fucking sheriff or any police officer going, well, if you want to make a report, you need to come back in a week. You want to report a crime, you need to come back in a week or two. What the fuck? I mean, this building echoes. I gotta probably keep it down a little bit. Get me another disorderly with noise for speech. Evans came out of the courthouse. He was one of the ones that gave me my disorderly conduct. And I was trying to be nice. And I was like, look, man, court's over with. I was like, you know what? I said, I want to apologize to you. I said, for keep calling you Peter Cheeks that night. I said, I was already pissed off. And I said, no, I was taking it out on you. And he's looking at me, giving me this condescending look. Well, that shit don't bother me. Well, obviously it did bother you. I said, because the very next day, I said, you threatened me with fucking jail again. I said, for saying the word fuck. And he said it right in front of my attorney. My attorney started laughing. And I couldn't believe it. He was like, yeah, well, you said the word fuck. And I'm like, dude, that's a constitutionally protected word. Like fuck. And I did it to him right there, right in front of his face. And I'm like, he just like looked at my attorney. My attorney looked over at him and just smiled because he knows. Hell, I'm pretty sure my attorney's a new subscriber. He finally got to watch the video that night, that the disorderly, that they gave me, the disorderly and the AKA contempt of cop. How can you turn, I don't care who you are, if I'm out with you, I don't care if I've never met you and we're out somewhere and you tell me your name and then someone else like, hey, what's that person's name? If I don't have your permission to tell anything about you, I don't do it, period. I ask that motherfucker what his name is, what her name is. You know what I mean? That's on them. That's their privacy. Just because I happen to know that name doesn't mean I'm giving it to you. I don't give a fuck if I know the YouTube channel, the Snapchat channel, the Facebook, your Instagram, your fucking Twitter account. I don't give a fuck what it is. All that happy shit. Your MySpace, your Twitch, any of that happy little bullshit, whatever you decide to do. Your personal information is your personal information, period. Cops can't be complainants. The state definitely can't be a fucking complainant. Who's the victim here? Me. I'm the only fucking victim. I'm the only one that was threatened with arrest. All year long, every court case I've been going to, every one of these bitches has been paid to be there. I haven't been paid to be there. I've been threatened with arrest to be there. And they wonder, oh, he's pissed off. Well, fuck yeah, I'm pissed off. I gave you motherfuckers a chance a year ago to drop this shit. And I told you then. Judge McCord is biased, straight up biased. He's already formed an opinion. He's got an attitude. I can't say anything in court because he'll charge me with contempt. I was talking to my lawyer, trying to give my lawyer an update. The last court date I was at, or no, the second to the last, the one that I went to, the one double before this one anyway. Went into the courtroom, and you know how when the judge, they'll come out and they'll ask you, like, you know, this is your information or whatever. And I was like, yeah, this is my information. And he asked me, do you have an email, you know, phone number, or any of that stuff that you want to give us for right now? And I said, no, not right at the moment. Well, the next time I came into court was the last time I went in. Well, I had the email, and I figured, you know what, I'll just go ahead and give it to them because they're going to get it anyway. I'm trying to you know, do Freedom of Information Act shit. So I'm trying to do that, so I figure they're going to get the information anyway. So I'm trying to update this, and I'm telling my lawyer, and I'm talking to my lawyer in a whisper, basically, and it's hard for me to whisper. I mean, it you know, as deep as the voice goes. The prosecutor turns around and it threatens me. Talking to him, I'm like, and I'm sitting there, and I almost called her a bitch in the courtroom that day. But I'm sitting there thinking, hold it, man, you guys all just asked me for a phone number and email, and I'm here trying to update the shit for the court, you know, that you asked, that I know legally I don't have to give you, but I'm willing to give it to you. I figured, fuck it. You know, what's it gonna hurt, really? So I'm willing to give it. And then the judge turns around and yells out in court, Mr. Wallen, say another fucking word. And he goes, that's contempt of court. And I'm like, I'm talking to my attorney. How the fuck you want to interrupt me and I'm talking to my attorney? I wasn't interrupting your court. I've not once disrespected your court. You know, just because I know, this little bitch, I know they hired my attorney that I have. And at first I wanted to fire my attorney. I really did. My second court date, I went in there and told him I want to fire this son of a bitch. I said, he doesn't show up for appointments. I said, he ain't been calling me. And I didn't realize, I mean, I know attorneys get pretty busy, but this dude's been, I mean, he's packed. I mean, I didn't realize, until I did a request on his office, and they gave me the shit. And this son of a bitch has got a case. I'm telling you what, he's got enough work to last him the next fucking 10 years. He's backed the fuck up. That's no joke. I kind of feel sorry for him. But anyway, the judge tells me, you can't fire him. I hired him. Well, the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution don't say that. It doesn't say that anywhere. It says if my attorney's not doing what I'm supposed to be doing, I have every right to fire him. You know, there's such thing as due process even, you know. Indiana, 60 to 90 days, I think. I think that's what I read. It's either 60 to 90 days or it's 30 to 60 days. Anyway, August 21st of last year, they kept reading off the report talking about, well, this just happened back in June or July. They said July 21st. And I'm sitting thinking, okay, this is July 21st, okay, of 23. Here we are. This is, you know, after August, or this is what, September 24. It's been over a fucking year. You know, my shit was August 21st of last year. And when I showed him my initial paperwork, and I told him, I said, look at this timestamp on my video. I'm like, the timestamp, I said, these fuckers don't even know. You know, and so they got the wrong dates. They've wrote down, they've called me a sovereign citizen numerous times in paperwork. I have it on paper. I mean, look at this shit. Bear with me a second. Oh, almost 3 down. I mean, these motherfuckers. Look. Sovereign citizen. I mean, you go slander the fuck out of me right off the rip. I mean, I'm like, what in the actual fuck? And I don't know a whole lot about sovereign stuff. You know, I do know that I have a right to travel without a driver's license because I don't have one, and I do travel without one. I have been into courts numerous times, and judges would be like, you have an ID? Yeah, I got an ID. And you got a driver's license? You plan on renewing it? Nope. No, I am not. Why would I renew something that I don't need? If I decide to start doing interstate commerce, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do it. I had one police officer catch you out here driving around on the streets. I said, I'm not out here driving around on the streets. I said, I'm traveling. I said, there's a difference. I said, if you catch me out here driving on the streets, I said, I'll have a driver's license in my pocket. And I said, and I'll make sure. I said, the employer, I said, who hires me has a driver's license for me also, which is required. They don't tell you that shit. Why don't they tell you this shit in school? You know why? Because they want to keep you fucking dumb and ignorant. That's exactly all it is. They want to keep you dumbed down, ignorant. They want good little virtual fucking slaves to fucking sit around, smart enough to fucking push a few buttons, not fucking say nothing, raise your hand when you look. It's like, I remember when I think I was 9, I needed to use the bathroom really bad one time in school. And this teacher was like, you need to raise your hand and ask for permission. I was like, you bumped. I was like 9, and like I said, maybe 10. I straight out told that teacher right to his face right then and there, you bumped your fucking head. You know, you can't cuss me the fuck I can't. I'm going to the bathroom, and I walk straight out to the bathroom. And the next thing you know, I'm in a, what do they call it was a study hall, basically a truancy class or whatever they call it, for kids that are bad. Police officers that don't honor their oaths. We got lying bastards that will constantly lie on reports and everything, and just blatantly do it, knowing that they're being recorded. Like the idiot who just chest bumped me this morning. You know? I'm playing this game. You know what I mean? If I break a law, touch me if you need to. You better touch me gently. The battery charge got, what's happening? I didn't see that part of the first name, but proxy. Anyway, the disorderly charge. We had the trial on that today. I got to come back on the 2nd of October. The judge wants to look at some case law to understand what we're talking about, because my attorney kept phrasing First Amendment, you know, that this is considered, you know, news, you know, this is definitely journalism if you're talking. Yeah, I'm showing you inside of a courthouse right now. We're talking about a court case, you know, but they turned around and he was like, well, I don't know, I can consider him. I don't give a fuck what you consider, you know. I don't wake up in the morning and fucking look over at you for fucking permission. I mean, what the fuck? My mother told me one time I think I was 14, she was telling me she got arrested once. And it was stupid. It was back in the 50s. She had to use the bathroom. The cops told her that she needed to conform with society. And I've had people telling me that. You need to conform with society. Fuck you. Society has fucking lost their minds. These people running around here don't know whether the hell they're cats, dogs, elephants, giraffes, monkey fucked, you know, red, blue, purple, whatever. I'm like constantly bitching over color, you know. I'm this color, I'm that color. It's like, motherfucker, we're all shades of wheat. What the fuck? Nobody, you know, I didn't graduate high school, man, but I got enough common sense to fucking realize that, you know, the same stars are in the same place that they were 57 years ago when I was brought into this realm, whatever they want to call it. I don't know what the hell I call this anymore. It definitely is not marriage. Look, telephone on this wall, right there where the holes are. Oh, payphone. But yeah, these guys, I've never been in a place where these people will literally just blatantly lie. The county commissioners up here shut the mic off on me 1 or 2 different times because I wouldn't give up my Fourth Amendment and tell them where I live. Not one of these cocksmoochers up here are going to tell me where they live. Why am I going to tell you where I live? You work for me, I don't work for you. You know, I have the sheriffs on film multiple times threaten me with arrest in public buildings. They're constantly doxing my name. They're constantly turning around and telling people who I am. They're constantly turning around trespassing me from different buildings that are public. And I have it all recorded. I had somebody tell me, well, you need to get hold of the ACLU. Well, yeah, we all know how that shit works. Oh yeah, that one case, like I said, the one definitely got dropped, and the other one, like I said, it's going to be the same way, because they knew I'm not taking a charge. I'm not pleading to something I didn't do. If I bust you in the mouth, I'm gonna tell somebody I bust you in the mouth. You know what I mean? If I cuss you the fuck out, I'm gonna tell somebody I cuss you the fuck out. You know, I'm not gonna sit and beat around the bush and lie about it. There's no sense fucking lying about it. If it happened, it fucking happened. You know? Years ago, like damn near 40 years now, me and my daughter's mama, we turned around and we got into a fight, and she smacked me, and I mean when she did it, her foot straight came right between my legs, and it's just an instant reaction. But I slapped. It was an open hand, but I slapped the fuck out of her. But as I did it, a police officer that I grew up with just happened to walk around the corner and seen it as it was happening. You know, I went to court, pled guilty. I did my community service bullshit by going to the anger management class and doing what I was supposed to do, because I did what I did. I admitted it. You know, when I ripped a dude's intent off his car and beat him with it, I fucking admitted to it, and I fucking did what I did, and I admitted to it. You know, when I used to rob fucking houses when I was a fucking kid in Detroit, I admitted it. I did it. You know, when I fucking got in that fucking fight with Michael Metcalf, a police officer out of Newcastle or Clearwater, Florida, you know, over 20 something years ago. Yeah, I busted that sumbitch in his mouth. You know, I admitted it. I did it. He shouldn't have been in my driveway trying to fuck my old lady. You know, bottom line is, if I do something, I'm going to tell you I did it. I ain't going to beat around the bush about it. You know, if it's an accident, I tell you if it's an accident. If you ask me if it's on purpose, you can pretty much tell by the look in my face if it's going to be on purpose, because I'm about, you know, you'll probably see my head tilting to the side like, okay, now we about ready to explain to you why I did this shit, because I don't beat around the bush. You know, I call that, there's no sense in it. It's too much time or not enough time to be bullshitting somebody out here like that. I'm like, and then they get these trolls coming up in this motherfucker. Oh, you just bitching. Well, you'd be bitching too if you've been threatened for over a year to keep coming to some place that everybody else is being paid to be, except for you. Yeah, you'd be pitching a bitch too. I don't know why you record, because it's a fucking right. I'm like, these people are, I know I keep saying that these people, but, and that's another thing, you know, it's like, people keep telling me all, you know, lately, you know, like, well, I'll hear a lot of people, and you know, one of my friends on here, good citizen, you know, great guy, but I'm telling you, I have a problem with, like, when, you know, people are like, well, what's your name? And, you know, and a lot of these guys, I hear them all the time. They'll be like, oh, you just call me good citizen. I'm just one of the people. I don't want to be called a citizen, because technically speaking, you know, a citizen of the United States is, you know, District of Columbia, 7 square miles or whatever, you know, all the citizens can go that way. That's not even our actual flag. Everybody sees that one with the yellow fringe or the gold fringe. And where'd it go? I think they moved it. There was one down here. I know there's one upstairs. But anyway, that's not even technically our flag. That is also a flag of war. Your original American flag is red, white, and black. It's a peacetime flag. A lot of people don't even know about it. They're so used to seeing these ones and don't know that this is not even your, you know, this is a flag of war, you know. We've only had 7 to 9 years of peace in the whole conception of this country. We're occupied in over 100 and something countries now, telling someone else how to live their lives. And for what? The gold, the oil, the uranium, whatever. The shit they out here trying to wipe people out with. You got all these like idiots in the news, you know, like Fauci and all these other people. Every one of these son bitches, everybody knows they should be locked up for crimes against humanity. But what are they doing? Nope. They let them just sit out here and just keep playing games and playing games and playing games, you know, and telling you straight off the bat what they're doing. They're telling you what they're doing, and people are still sitting around like, duh, with a thumb up their ass. My channel went from the farm life to bad cop. I used to record nothing but farm stuff, and me working out with, you know, different types of martial art weapons. Maybe a few music videos here and there, you know, while I was working out or whatever, you know, or, you know, working on motorcycles or cars or whatever, you know what I mean? You know, basically how-to video. You know, if I was changing brakes on certain vehicles or whatever, I'd set the camera up so you can see how it's done, do it yourself, different things like that. I had somebody look at my YouTube channel and they were telling me, oh, you only got like 100 videos on there. You know, you're not very good if that's all you're doing. And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, if I made my videos public, I'd be making them public for the next month. I've got thousands, and I mean thousands of videos on here. Some of them have only been watched once and by me. I'm not out here trying to, there's a lot of videos that I have that could have like literally put this town here that I've been living in for more than 25 years in a very bad light. And I've not tried to do that because it's the town that, you know, that I chose to move to. You know, I came here when I was 15 years old, 14, 15 years old, and fell in love with this place. And told a friend of mine before he passed away, you know, told him, I said, man, I said, when I get old enough, man, I said, I'll tell you, I said, if I ever decide to settle down, I said, I right here is probably where I'm gonna do it, right here in Newcastle. And everybody was like, why? But back in the day, this was beautiful. It really was. And now it's like, you know, you walk around, you got all these crackheads walking around, you know, you got, the town closes up at 9, you don't see nobody, everybody just goes in like they're all scared to death, you know. You get missing people that, you know, that come up missing around here. The cops will go down to the gas station and sit for hours on end and just hang around and not do their job. They don't take reports. They don't follow through with crimes. I could turn the scanner on right now and I guarantee you'll probably hear them talking about, oh, we got a suspicious person. Well, what are they doing? Walking? What the fuck? This town has literally lost its mind. I mean, and then some. Good Citizen made a video for me, a music video, and I'm telling you what, definitely go over and give him a good shout out. And I'm actually working on a video that I've been working on for a while, and I had a little bit of deal going on to where, I mean, like, part of the reason, like I said, another reason I'm constantly recording everything is because I do have a little bit of a memory deal. You know, but it's because I got hit by a car when I was 7. Believe it or not, police car. Actually, not really a police car. The robber who robbed the bank jumped in the police car. The police officer stole the robber's car, jumped in it, and gave pursuit in chasing his police car. The robber swerved around me on Summit Road in Ravenna, Ohio in 1972. The police officer smoked me. I mean, smoked me. See where this hallway is here? How long this hallway is? Say I got hit here. Can you see that building way across the street over there through there? I don't know if you can or not. Anyway, at the other end of the street over there, that's about how far I flew to a middle of the school parking lot. People were like, I don't understand why you don't like lawyers and you don't like the government and all that kind of shit. Here's another example why. I'll show you real quick. My mother recently passed away. When I was a child, that car wreck I was just sitting here talking about, a lot of money was put in the bank for me as a child. No one could touch it but me, and I couldn't touch it until I was 21. I don't care if it was for an emergency. I don't care if I was laying on a deathbed dying. They were not allowed to touch it. No one was, not even myself, for emergencies, no nothing, until I was 21 years old. My last name is Walton, W-A-L-T-O-N. Does that look like a T to you? Or an O? I see a D and an E. See it? Personal injury. This is the original court paper. I showed this to my lawyer this morning, and he told me, he said, when did you find that? And I said, my mother just passed away 2 years ago. I said, we've been just now starting to go through stuff. and just found this. And I found it under her mattress. This has been there all those years. They gave, back in the day, enough money to buy a brand new vehicle or so to a Ricky Walden. It's nice. I'm a Walt Ton. Where's my money? He told me straight off the bat. He said, send me that. He goes, that's definitely a lawsuit. I said, I know it is. Who's willing to take it? That's the thing. There's a civil rights attorney here in town. I call him up. He tells me, oh, we do civil rights, but we don't do the criminal side. So basically, you work for the system. Oh, no, I don't work for them. If you won't sue the courthouse, you won't sue a police officer, and you're a civil rights attorney, then you work for the system. I don't give a fuck how you look at it. You're into, and I have that recorded. I told him straight off the bat, you're a paid fucking puppet working for a paycheck. You don't honor your oath that you swore, fuck all that. I mean, it's shit like that. We don't need feelings enforcement, we need law enforcement if we're gonna have laws, Some of these laws need to come off the books, definitely. We got a law here that says you can't bathe on Sunday. I mean, come on. How stupid is that? You can't take a bath on a Sunday? You can't walk down the streets here holding hands legally, showing any kind of fucking public affection. Ain't that fucked up? But they'll let this motherfucker walk down the road with fucking 100 different fucking shades of fucking hair pointing out at fucking a million different directions, all spiked out, wearing a dress, looking like some whatever. Let some pedophile fag walk in my grandkids or my child's, schools and start teaching them, what it's like to be a drag bitch. Send them home with schools, school books and shit, talking about it's okay to run away as long as you come back before the end of the day. Have you lost your fucking mind? I'm not conforming to this kind of bullshit society. Fuck all that. Yeah, if you guys haven't read the description on my YouTube channel, I got a potty mouth. I admitted it right off the rip a long time ago. I've been trying to reframe it, but that fuck word is hard to get rid of. Sometimes I'll say it and people go, I don't know why you cussing at me. I ain't cussing at you, I just cussed. I mean, think about that. As low as I'm talking right now, this is about as low as I can actually talk or whisper without it hurting my throat. And then, if you've heard me in any of my other videos before, I've got a pretty deep voice generally. Evans, the police officer, when he's up on the stand, my attorney asked him, he goes, well, how loud would you say he was talking? And then he phrased it, to like if you were at a ball game or a football game, how the crowd is. He goes, would you consider it like that? Or he goes, would you just consider it just a little bit over talking? And he said, no. He said he was definitely screaming. He said, just like he was at a ball game, And I'm sitting there thinking, dude, you're blatantly lying on the stand, under oath. It's fucking me up. So, and that's why I tell people all the time, I was like, if they'll lie on a report to get you, try to hem you up in their system, will definitely lie in a courtroom, to help, convict that case. They will straight up, no ifs, ands, buts about it. So I generally wear this around. Which is what I'm wearing right now, actually. Obviously, I'm carrying it. But like that deputy, like you said this morning, I waited for over an hour. My attorney asked me to be here at 8 o'clock. He showed up a little late. I started to cuss him a little bit, but then he told me what had happened, so I reframed a little. We talked for a few minutes, walked upstairs in the courtroom. They were talking about doing another continuance on the battery charge. And he was like, look, we're here, we're ready to go. We don't want to have to come back for this again. He goes, my client, has been here numerous times. He was like, so they throw that one out. And then when my attorney was talking to him about, the First Amendment and how we're disseminating videos and, we share them different places. And, well, I don't, the judge, well, I don't know if I can consider him the press. Well, it's not up to you to consider me press or not. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. And I swear I really wanted to go off. Then here at the same time, this man's charged me, or threatened to charge me with contempt for, two times the first day. The very first time I came to court, he asked me my middle name. I don't use my middle name for nothing. Literally nothing. You don't legally have to give nobody your middle name, Now, if it's on your driver's license, they say, but still there again, that's a little different. Depending on that situation when you're giving up that driver's license. But there again, you don't have to legally use your name for nothing. And I don't. Nobody's ever used my middle name except for my grandparents, or my parents, someone in the family that was really close to me, and they would have had to been pissed the fuck off to use that name. So anyway, the judge asked me, he goes, well, what's the A stand for? Which is, kind of obvious. A generally usually stands for Alan. But anyway, and I looked at him and I was like, can I ask why? And he says, what do you mean? And I said, what do you mean my middle name for? And he was like, if you don't tell me, he goes, I'm going to charge you with contempt of court. 2 minutes prior to that, he's telling me our so-called rights he's given us, that he thinks that that I've relinquished, that I haven't. He thinks because I stepped foot in his courtroom that my rights just magically disappeared, because I told him that first day they bumped their fucking heads. It's exactly what I told him. And but anyway, he's telling me in one breath that I don't have to speak without an attorney, and then you're going to threaten me with contempt of court for not giving you any information. And it's not like I wasn't going to give him. I just wanted to know, what does my middle name have to do with the disorderly conduct? And then he asked me a few minutes later, what's the highest grade education I completed? Okay, again, what does this have to do with the disorderly conduct? It's like when I go to the doctor's office and I go in there and I tell them my chest's hurting. Well, what's your left foot look like? What the fuck does my left foot got to do with my chest? You know what I mean? It's common sense shit. I just want to know. It's like I said, it's not like I wasn't going to answer the man. I just wanted to know, what does it pertain? And and I get the thing. He wants to understand that I can read and write. Yeah, I can read and write, but see, there's a difference. Are we speaking legalese? We speaking common law? We speaking admiralty law? What are we speaking? So I know how to prepare. So for over a year, today, think about this. Today, my trial date, I found out they're going by admiralty law. They're not going by this flag. This is supposed to be common law. But even then, like I said, that's a war flag too. Just because it doesn't have a gold fringe around it, that's still a war flag. That's not your American flag. Your original American flag is red, white, and black. That is not your American flag. That is a fucking warship flag. The one with the gold fucking fringe that they put on, for the parades and all that other shit, that's your Admiralty war flags. No country, no constitution. I'm not in the fucking military. I don't follow those rules. That's like I said, people get mad at me because, I don't refer to myself as a citizen. I don't refer to myself as a citizen at all. I'm one of the people. If somebody wants to be a citizen, and like I said, and I tease Good Citizen and other people about it, because, their YouTube channel names and stuff like that. But I don't consider myself a citizen. I figure if somebody wants to be a citizen, they can move to those 7 square miles in Washington, D.C. and become a citizen with them, because that's where that belongs. With that shit. I mean, we've been, over 240 some years? We've been at peace for 7 to 9 years out of the whole time. That's why they don't show you. Think about it. I was 50 years old before I realized that there was a red, white, and black flag. 7 years ago. Think about that. That shit should have been taught to us in school, and it wasn't. It might be in some schools, where certain people go, but the schools that I grew up in Detroit, no. They didn't teach us this shit. I was the only white kid out of 4,000 plus blacks. And, like during the segregation deal, they put me in a school for kids who fight because I have an attitude problem with authority. When I got motherfuckers telling me I have to raise my hand to use the bathroom. No, thank you. If I got to use the bathroom, I'm getting the fuck up and using the bathroom. Like I said, 57 years old, no medications whatsoever. Has that office actually been open today?
What's up?
Have you guys been open today? That'd be the first damn time. I never saw, I seen you come out of there earlier, but I mean, even when it's got the sign, the hours on the door, I've been here a bunch of different times and no one's ever been in there.
Monday's closed.
Right, that's what I said. I've been here plenty of times and they've never been open. I mean, different days of the week, you know, before closing and all that. And
this is me, so I'm here. I'm not always here.
okay, I see. You're doing weights and measures.
Yeah, it's actually two different offices.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't realize that until you pointed it out.
Yeah, so I kind of do an office, but I don't know anything about this. But 8 to 1 is the normal hours.
Okay.
But recently it was kind of switched.
I was actually just not too long ago just looking for weights and measures because I used to own the old grain building out there in Lasantville. Right, it's the center of town.
Okay.
I mean, you know where the fire department is, the post office, that big circle square in the middle. Yeah, I own all that.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all my property, all there in the center.
Well, do you still need weights and measures?
Well, no, I did a while back because, like I said, but I ended up selling the scales that were on the property.
I'll say probably a truck scale or something.
Yeah, I had the big, huge truck scale, and then I had the big scale inside where they used to be able to bring in. They would drive the truck in and then hook it onto the conveyor and lift the truck up to empty them. And it's an old elevator. Grain.
Like you said, you sold it. Did you sell it to somebody else?
No, I let the Amish tear it down and sold all the wood and everything off on the property. I sold it all to the Amish.
Okay. Yes, there's scales everywhere. You just gotta find them.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing I got out there now is I was gonna sue the city over it at first, but technically they gave me a parking lot. I mean, so they paved me a parking lot. They put a couple basketball goals on, which I don't really play basketball. I'm not into sports, but I was like, and they were talking about tearing down my 2 silos that I got over there and the big 4-car garage that I got over there. And I was told, I dare somebody. Yeah, Lasantville, they stole a truck off my property up there, took it and impounded it. Yeah, told me it was abandoned. How do you abandon a vehicle on your own property?
That's a good question. I'm not out that way much all the time.
Right.
It's not for me in Lasantville.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I haven't been out there for a while.
But yeah, I mean, they do one for veteran stuff, and then I just.
Yeah, I had no idea you guys were even over here. Because a while back, like I said, I'd been looking and nobody could tell me. 'Cause I knew you guys were here somewhere.
If you check scales and gas pumps, you'll see a little blue and white sticker.
Right.
That'll have a phone number.
Right.
And you can call that number.
Okay.
And that'll go to this office.
Okay.
But since I'm not over here, it'll go to voicemail. But the voicemail will go to my email.
Okay, that'll work.
And I'm able to listen to the email and I can call people or whatever.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Like I said, if you
All
need
right.
anything, scales, gas pumps, products, whatever, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, have a great day. Or at least what's left of it. Yeah, I had no idea. I don't know how many times I'm always looking at the sign right there that says no photographs, no videos, you know, and then seeing this says veterans, you know. No, but like I said, these flags, you can do away with them. And don't get me wrong, I've got 4 or 5 of them, but every one of those I have are upside down. You know, I had one to get all bent out of shape because I put one on the back of my BMX. I got a 1990, the old Dyno GTs. I ride around. Well, anyway, I took one of the old poles from when, like back in the 60s, those old fiberglass poles, and took one of these flags and put it upside down on the back of it. Had some dude, I mean, he went off the hinge, talking about he's in the military, this and that, telling me about, yeah, he fights for our rights, and he does this, and he does that, and he does so much other shit or whatever. And when he finally gave me a word to fucking say something, I was like, do you know what the upside down flag means? He goes, that's a disgrace. I was like, motherfucker, it means I'm in distress. Do you not get that? I'm like, you're talking about, you know my rights, you're fighting for these rights, but you don't look at them. You know? That's like, you know, technically, you know, like with the blue line flag, for example. Let's go there for example. We'll use that one. Okay, you look at the flag laws. This is supposed to be considered a living symbol. That's what they've told us all my life. I'm damn near 60. This is supposed to be a living symbol of the country. If it's a living symbol of the country, You're not supposed to sell this fucking item. You're not supposed to trademark this item. You're not supposed to put it on anything. Literally, no business cards, no side of your truck. You're not supposed to print it on clothes. No nothing. There's codes and laws and shit against it, you know. But then again, some of those are codes and ordinances. And there again, I don't follow a lot of these codes and ordinances because I don't give a fuck about them. If it's not in line with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, fuck you, get out of my face. These cops want to turn around, and these firefighters and everybody else, you know what I mean? You want to run a solid black flag with your blue line? Go for it. I get it. You know, you're honoring somebody who died. You know, get it. You want to put a black flag with a green stripe, black flag with a red stripe, purple stripe, green stripe. I don't give, you know, whatever color you decide to put on there. I don't give a fuck if it's a solid black flag. Get it off my fucking American flag. Too many people have died for that motherfucker right there, not knowing what that motherfucker right there actually is, but too many people have died for that son of a bitch, for these ignorant sons of bitches to run around here and then wearing it on their uniforms and disrespecting it, and I'm supposed to be the bad guy and a sovereign because I say this shit. You know, I agree 100%. We have to have laws. You know, but like the one that can't hold hands walking down the street, you know, showing affection here in Newcastle, Indiana, you can't do it. It's against the law here. I mean, you got another bullshit, you know, you can't take a bath on Sunday. I mean, come on, man. How fucking retarded can we get? I mean, just look up dumb laws for Indiana that are still on the books. And yes, they are still on the books. Evans, right out of court, the officer who lied all over his report, seems to think the word fuck is an arrestable offense. I'm going to let him continue to keep thinking that shit because he's dumber than a fucking box of rocks if he thinks that I'm going to stop saying the word fuck when it comes to dealing with them fucks. It's like, you know, people ask me all the time, you know, why you make that comment about, you know, brother and sister type shit? And the actual comment is if a husband and wife police officer, a public or a government employee get a divorce, I want to know, are you still fucking brother and sister? Because you guys are some inbred motherfuckers thinking that people are this stupid. You know? We are not stupid. We're just fucking fed up. And most people don't know what to fucking do about it because they're too fucking lazy or too scared to try to do anything. They would rather troll you and bitch at you. I can't believe you're out there with that video camera. You're sticking it in people's faces. When these motherfuckers are in fact the ones that are walking up to us. Just about every one of my videos, if you see me when I'm out and I'm riding around on a bike or if I'm in a car or whatever, you know, I'll either type it in the deal or 9 times out of 10, like right in the beginning of the videos, I'm telling you right off the bat, man, if you don't want to be on my film, look at the description in here. It tells you the person holding the camera just might be a dick. You know, so you might as well just watch yourself. I mean, because if you don't want to be talked to shitty, don't come up and start barking bullshit at me, telling me what I can and can't do. I'm 57 fucking years old, and I know how to dress myself. I know how to take care of myself. I know how to defend myself. How you doing? Don't worry, we're aiming at the flag. I said, don't worry, I'm aiming at the flag. My phone I had over there at the court and my phone started dying when I'm back on live and I was like, well, before I go anywhere, I'm not leaving this area now without having a little bit more juice in this phone before I get home. I don't trust this town at all. I made the comment earlier too, what was it? I'm thinking it was Letterman, and I might be wrong. It's Letterman or it's one of the other older ones out there, Carson or Letterman. It's one of them too. But anyway, they made a comment years ago and said if you wanted to commit murder and get away with it, move to Newcastle, Indiana. There you go. This public courthouse here that we're sitting in was given to the county as long as they didn't kill anybody. the courthouse that is less than 50 feet on the other side, well, probably about 100 feet by the time this wall here, from the outside there for that little corridor right there it goes off to the, anyway, they decided to pull a McDonald's and a Burger King franchise and build another courthouse directly across the street from it. You know, so now we can kill people here. Our cops still don't understand the laws. We can kill you. We investigated ourselves and found we done no wrongdoing. I'm happy as fuck they threw out the one case. Like I said, I know they're going to do the same with the other. When that judge, when he looked right at me and my attorney, and at first he didn't want to allow the comment about the press, and because the second he said it, you could see he smiled and looked over at me and started giving me this, you know, this smirky grin and with a laugh that he was doing, and started laughing because he don't think that you or me or anybody else that hold a cell phone and talk about a story or talk about what's going on in our hometowns is news. He thinks that none of this is press. So he swore an oath to the Constitution, but he doesn't understand it. And then he used to be a probate lawyer, so that tells you right off the fucking bat he don't know a fucking thing about the Constitution. You know, I mean, you can look him up. It's McCord, Henry County Circuit Court 3, Judge McCord. I can't remember his first name. I'm trying to be polite with the guy still, even though he's violated my rights over and over and over. You can't trespass me from a public fucking lobby. You can't trespass me from a public building. You know, you can't make up your mind because you don't like me fucking filming you that we don't become press. My attorney even knows, man, this dude's already made up his mind. He don't like me. I don't give a fuck. I don't like him. You know, but then again, at the end of the day, like I said, was it New York versus Sullivan is one of the best cases that I know. Sitting there talking about, you know, like when it comes to talking to public officials, you know, these motherfuckers are hired, man, by the people. They work for us. I don't work for you. You know, your policies mean jack shit to me. I'm only trying to follow the law. That's it. But then you want to throw down on some papers in this bullshit that I'm a sovereign. You know, so you want to slander me, and like I said, and on top of it, you're doing it literally in black and white. I mean, sovereign citizen. They're putting it in black and white. Case number, the whole 9 yards. Yeah. Somebody can look up the case if you want to. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck. I ain't scared. You know, these motherfuckers are a trip. They think that that badge gives them enough rights to just tell you. I've had cops literally. I went to the sheriff's department, like I said not too long ago, to do a FOIA request, to thank someone who told the truth. They put me in the hole, right? And I had just gotten out of the holding tank after being arrested. You're supposed to be in the holding tank for no longer than 24 hours. The people at the jail now, they get mats and stuff now, and that's because I beat the fuck out of the door for 9 fucking hours talking about the dogs at the animal shelter get a fucking mat, you know, fresh blanket, fresh food and water, you know. I said, but here motherfuckers are innocent until proven guilty, and I said, you throwing us in here with piss, shit, puke, blood, all kinds of other shit on the fucking floor, on the walls, sleeping on hard fucking concrete. Because I record cops, these motherfuckers, when they threw me in there for my for this battery charge that I had, when they threw me in that jail cell for that week, I shit you not, whoever must have fucking left out of that jail, or they keep some stanky ass fucking uniforms off to the side, but they gave me a uniform that smelled like somebody's fucking feet and acid had been in that shit for a month. I mean, it fucking ranked. The fucking blanket was the same fucking way, and we're pissed off because I'm fucking beating on shit, talking about I want some shit to be able to clean myself up. They gave me no toilet paper, no access to the outside fucking world. The kiosk that you've been in jail, that they give you that number, you know, that you can access. You put your jail number and then your personal number and your ID and all that other happy shit in. They didn't give me not fucking thing. Not a number to call nobody, no nothing. So they held me captive for a fucking week until finally somebody that was in there where they moved me into a cell that I knew the person, and he had some time on his thing, and he called my buddy, and they turned around and bonded my ass out. You know, they're crooked as fuck here. And that is like literally no joke. That should be enough juice. Ugh. That should be enough juice to get back to the house before I... That corner right there is where the police officer decided he wanted to chest bump me this morning. And I mean straight fucking chest bump me. Man, walk much? He was standing right behind this blue car. This one right here. He was driving a sheriff's vehicle. But the bitch that fucking drives this car here witnessed him do it. So the way I fucking look at it is she's complicit in the fucking same crime. And she works for the clerks. And I don't know how it is where you're at, but if they work for the city, there's supposed to be a sticker on their vehicle. But you notice these are out-of-date stickers? And look. Oh, I just noticed that. Handicap. You see a handicap placard anywhere? I don't see a handicap placard. I don't remember if I've seen it on the license plate or not. I have to look at it again. No handicap placard. Okay, so I seen this bitch walking and carrying shit. She ain't handicapped. So she's breaking the law. Damn. I grew up in Detroit. You want to see something that's a no-no? She's got a case sitting down here that's got a shitload of 20s in it. There's a wall laying right there. Fuck, this is Detroit. That window would be busted. Your shit be gone. I watched them in front of a fucking convenience store one time. The guy at the gas station decided he's gonna put some pops and chips and shit out there. It wasn't even 20 minutes later. That shit was gone. I've watched people in Detroit run by fucking vehicles. Oh, here's a plug right here. Hell yeah. I've watched them run by vehicles back in the day to pull them Dayton hubcaps off them sons of bitches. Those Dayton rims, or the hubcaps, you know what I mean? Those old spoked rims. I used to watch these guys literally, I mean no joke, run down the road, run up beside a car while it was moving and pop that fucking rim. Take that hubcap and run. The little spoked hubcaps back in the day when I was a kid, hell, they were about $100 a piece back then. Fuck, you're talking 70s, early 80s. The old Dodge Ram trucks, when they very first came out and they had those pewter ram heads on the tips of them. Everybody always wonders why it's pop metal now. They used to be made out of pewter. The reason they stopped doing that is because there was people that was giving $100, $150, $200 a piece for them ram heads for the pewter, when pewter used to be worth a bunch of money. Like I said, I used to do all kinds of stupid shit when I was a kid. I've been there. I think we've all done some stupid shit at one point or a time. But right up underneath that camera right here on the corner, this motherfucker decides to chest bump me. Yeah, speaking of Chinese, that's a question somebody posed to me the other day. You ever notice you go to a Chinese restaurant, but you never see a Chinese person standing in the line? Been wondering about that lately. Same way with Mexican restaurants, honestly. I mean, they might work there, but you don't generally see them in line. You don't see. Well, I take that back. We've got a Los Amigos down here. I've seen some Mexicans and some Puerto Ricans that come up in there. I know a couple Cuban guys that go over there. The guy over there's talking about his judge over there was talking shit. I bet he went in fucking front of McCord, same fucking Nazi bastard I have to go in front of all the time. What we got? I could see in here earlier today. Somebody in there, they looking at court records and videos. You notice that building over there? It's got the American flag up underneath there and the eagle, different presidents. There's another building up the road. How you doing? Oh, you're good. There's another building up the road over here that's got a bunch of or it's got a huge American flag painted down the side of it with an eagle on top of it. You know, there's different buildings down here, like the bar down here. It's got all kinds of POW stuff all across it, and it's got the Constitution, Bill of Rights. It's got a few other things that are on there. You know, but yet this town's supposed to be all about your rights and everything else that's going on around here. But yet these motherfuckers are the first to try to steal it from you. It shocks me. I don't know if you guys noticed the way that guy, the way he turned around like he didn't know what to say at first. Usually when people look over at me and they see me record, and I usually don't have too many people. I don't think I've ever really had anybody really come up to me, except for this disorderly case where that chick came out and she straight up admitted in the when the attorney was talking to her, she straight out admitted that she walked up to me first. She started yelling at me. And then when I asked her about, you know, if she knew what the Bain Act violation was, or if she knew what the, you know, First Amendment violations were, she looked at me and she goes, well, I'm not touching you. I took a step back because I knew right then and there when she said, I'm not touching you, I knew she didn't know. So I just took a step backwards and I, you know, and if she's watching this, you know, I do want to apologize for one thing. And for the record, I didn't call you a cunt. And for your sister, if she happens to be watching, I wasn't talking about you pussy. I wasn't talking about you cunt. However you want to rephrase it. What I said was, and I do apologize for the statement, but what I actually said is that I can't believe I found me another leaky cunt. Sorry. It figures a woman walks by just I'm saying that. But anyway, I was wrong actually that night. I didn't mean to say that. I understand. I mean, you were dealing with the ambulance and all that other stuff. I'm the type of motherfucker that you start telling me what I can and can't do when I know what I can and can't do. I'm usually one of the first ones that, and like I said, I don't give a fuck of the consequences. You know, we can fight, lock me the fuck up, whatever. But you're not gonna fucking make me do what I know I'm not gonna do. That's for sure. And you're not gonna make me do what you want me to do. Not willingly, anyway. I mean, no. I was born on a day, but it ain't today. Hey, you like those man-made clouds up there? Look, like I said, no kill, kill. No kill, kill. Ain't that fucked up? This building right here, like I said, was given to the county, as long as they never kill anybody, and they couldn't stand it. So we got to build this big bitch, you know. And like I said, we got to build this big bitch because, you know, it come out of the taxpayers. It didn't come out of their fucking pockets. You know, if I'd have chest bumped that fucking cop, if you'd have chest bumped that cop, anybody else out here would have chest bumped that cop, especially knowing he's armed, wearing that badge, in that uniform, in the, you know, in the process of doing his job. He was clearly on the clock. He was driving, you know, a sheriff's vehicle. State Highway Patrol. Yo! Officer! Yo! You cocksucker. Yeah, see, they're not gonna come over. Well, I don't know, you might, looks like you, no, bastard went straight. I've been waiting out here. This is what? My court was at 9. It is 1:26. So we've been waiting out here since, well, the assault took place here about 7:30, roughly, this morning. So, and I've had my 2 trials. And still no call from a State Highway Patrol. They drive by. That's probably the one that knows my name personally and don't want to have to deal with me. I need to find someone that's really, really good with video and editing. Because I've got all the editing programs. I get bored with it too easy anymore. And that's why I've got thousands of videos that haven't been edited. Thousands of videos that only got 1 view, and it's me looking at them the day I recorded them and then re-looked at them to make sure they played proper. They just been sitting there in a little save file. But I've got so many videos on here that, you know, it's ridiculous. And as far as auditors go, First Amendment activists, whatever you call yourself, journalist, you know, I don't care. I don't care what you call yourself. These ones that are, I know I'm subscribed to fucking hundreds. I probably have one of the biggest lists as far as subscribing to people, as far as, you know, people who, you know, who put a camera in their hand and do any type of activism, trying to tell any kind of story. I don't care what your content is either, too. You know, generally, you know, usually, you know, you follow me, I'm following you. You subscribe to me, I'm subscribed to you. You like something of mine, I like something of yours. And there's not one video, not one. If somebody doesn't fucking, you know, if you send me a video, if it's not got a like on it, I haven't seen it yet. I mean, honestly, I haven't watched it yet. Every video I watch, I give it a like or a no like. If I don't like the fucking video, I'll put a thumbs down on that bitch. I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you, I don't like it. Why beat around the bush? If you don't know that we don't like it, you don't know how to fucking change it. You know? I mean, but you got most of these auditors and these constitutionalists and all these, and don't get me wrong, I mean, a lot of these guys are really smart, but what they're turning around and doing is like, to me, it's like they're all going mainstream media type bullshit. You know, here, buy my t-shirts, do this, do that, do this, and here, you know, here, take this pill, and, you know, here, do this, and, oh, here, you want to pay me to come over here to this other channel, and what the fuck, man? I don't give a fuck if these make money or not. That's not why I started doing this. I started doing this because originally I had a house fire that had caught fire, and it was my own fault the very first time. The police showed up and basically bitched at me because I went in the house and was putting my fucking own fire out before the fire, you know, people got there, the firemen. And they're asking me if I lost my mind, talking about they could arrest me for even going to my own house, because they said I was basically endangering myself. Well, I saved the fucking house because, the fire department was taking a little while, Got a house that's damn near 200 years old at the time, so. She's not the same one that got out of that car this morning, but she just got in it. Anyway, the house caught fire. I didn't turn it into the insurance company because it was my fault. My dumbass walked to the back of the house in the middle of winter. My truck ran out of gas. I had probably about 3.5, 4 ton of aluminum and different types of stuff on the back of my truck because I was doing construction. It was winter, and I figured, fuck, I just want to get out of my yard, I needed to make some rooms. I wanted to put my pit bulls up in a different spot. So I loaded all this stuff up, wasn't paying attention to my gas gauge, pull out of my driveway, maybe went from here to the corner right there, and literally ran out of gas. So I had to pull over into this parking lot that was, like half in and half out. And I was freaking out because I didn't have any money on me at the time. And I didn't know what I was going to do here in the middle of fucking winter. I got a truck sitting in the middle of the road, close to whatever the truck weighs, plus the 2.5, 3 ton, whatever weight that's on there. No way I'm pushing it by myself. So I go back to the house and I'm trying to make a couple phone calls, and finally dawned on me. I was like, oh shit, I got a can of gas in the back of the house, that's back in, in the storage room. It's got like 5 gallons of gas in it. So I go back there in the back and I grab it like a dumbass. I wasn't thinking. My front 2 rooms, I had kerosene heaters going, and I had those heat blankets in between the doors to hold the heat into the rooms that I was trying to heat up. Because I wasn't trying to heat up the whole house, big old 2-story duplex. Anyway, I walked through there, and the fumes from that kerosene and the heat hit the fumes in that gasoline. And that gasoline fucking went straight up my arm. And I'm telling you, boy, I fucking threw that fucking can and screamed like a bitch for a second. But I grabbed the can, ended up throwing it through the window, get it to go outside. So I ended up busting the window out. And then my living room's in the middle of fucking fire all of a sudden. So I'm in there trying to put it out, and they're all freaking out. Oh, I can't believe you did that. We can charge you this, we can charge you that. And oh, I just noticed she's not in a handicap. Well, that's a blonde moment. I just noticed that other vehicle pulled up. See, I'm happy. That was a serious blonde moment. I apologize about that one. See, that's another thing. See, I'll apologize if I catch myself. Clearly, we just did. But anyway, a year later, what the hell's his name? Fullman is the twat officer who showed up. She's just, she's a hateful bitch. What the hell was the other guy's name? Pratt. Yeah, it was an officer, Pratt, of the Newcastle Police Department, and also Fullman. A year later, a guy I knew I hadn't seen in a couple years had told me he was homeless, and we basically grew up together. He was an old good friend at the time, and and I was like, I'm not gonna let him stay out on the street. So I was like, sure, man, you got a room. My mother or my grandmother got sick. I go to Ohio for a funeral, and like I said, I've known this man 30 plus years. As far as I know, he's never ripped me off. He's never did anything. But all of a sudden, while I'm gone, hang on. Anyway, while I was gone, these motherfuckers were stealing my tools, all my construction tools. Hear how loud those are? I think that's the same one also from that night of my disorderly. Anyway, a year later, like I said, the house caught fire again, but this time it was because after the guy I was let stay in there was ripping me off. When I found out that he was ripping me off, I told him, you got to go. I come home, I had a couple of laptops that were missing, construction tools were missing, wheelbarrow, air compressors were gone, nail guns were gone. I mean, everything to do construction. All my ladders, walkboards, picks, everything was gone. Well, I don't know what happened. Motherfucker, you're the only one here, And then turn around and then he admitted he knew where, and to this day, I still have the text. I know exactly who's got your compressor, he tells me, and I'm like, what the fuck? So he shows up at the house all pissed off the next day because I booted him out and then wanted to fucking fight me. So I beat the brakes off of him. I figured, fuck it. I mean, you got to go. I mean, gotta go. Ain't got no fucking time for people, like I said, ripping me off. And it's not happening. That's the reason I had this spit charge over here, the battery charge that they've tried getting me on. Somebody lied because I knew they stole from me, and I put an end to that shit and said, fuck it, I'm out. So what they do, because I was moving on, decided everything they could to try to get my ass locked up. But the deal over there on 19th Street when I had my house, when he tried to, and this dude, he came back after I whipped his ass, threw gunpowder all over my front porch, down inside the basement, shoved it inside the door, did all kinds of shit with that gunpowder, and tried to light the shit. And I had the floors were open. I had, like I said, I had just had that fire the previous year before. So I had turned around and I went and bought all brand new windows. I had all the siding, I had all the roofing, I had all drywall, everything I needed to do to basically rebuild this place. I needed some wiring and a few other things yet. My sister ended up passing away. I go for that funeral. I come back, all my shit's gone. The police here don't take a report. They don't do shit about it. And then wonder again why I record. When he came and threw all that gunpowder all over the house, the fire marshal, his wife and him lived on the corner by me. They witnessed him doing this shit. They called 911 and reported the 911, the attempted arson, and technically attempted murder. I'm in the house. Pratt and Fullman show up, and she's like, well, what are we doing here? Well, I don't know. There's gunpowder all over my fucking house. This motherfucker tried to light the house up with me in it. After I beat his ass for fucking getting me out, for ripping me off and doing all this stupid shit and me booting him out, and then fucking Pratt shows up, sees me with a fucking camera in my hand, over, I think, 20,000 views or some shit. And I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't trying to draw a bunch of light. I just wanted to document. I got some asshole who immediately comes up, and they're like, well, what are we here for? What do you want us to do? I want you to do your fucking job. I want you to take a report. I want you to take a picture, write down something. You know what I mean? Oh, we're not here for the gunpowder stuff. We're here because we heard there was a fight. Give me just a second, guys.
I wanted to do a couple of things by seeing you out here, so I want to get with you. Get with the commissioners. Oh, they have, it's their camp. Oh, it's the commissioner's right. Well, they should be full on.
I can't believe you've done that. I was standing right here, and all I did, like literally, you see that, generally when I'm here, I'm kind of always about to say, I think I was actually standing on the line. But anyway, I was just standing here like this, just, I normally do. I was just standing here, I didn't say a word. He literally takes the keys out of his vehicle, comes directly and excuse me as he's doing it, and it's straight. It's like,
Oh, okay.
it's crap. You know what I mean? I would have never been here originally recording anyway without the thing. I was then you go put it back away. Like, I'm not showing you the law to tell you. You guys are nonsense. You're slander me. Proving my point. That's how it is. That type of shit. I was like, oh man, this is the type of lawyer I got. Well, that's why I put that down. That's why that this whole time I didn't know there was a lot of there on the phone, but I'm glad there is. Yeah, my phone. No, five. Yeah, 5 bucks. I would report it straight nonstop. So I walked it. On the job, sorry about I was ready. Was here in the back, where it was down to here. Now it's in between my shoulders.
I don't have. All right.
All right, be good.
All right.
All right, thank you. Hell yes. The body cam, or that video from right here for a little while ago when that deputy turned around and shoved me and chest bumped me. County commissioners have it, so as soon as she comes in here in a little while, I'm gonna go up there, get the copy of that, and we'll upload that son of a bitch here in a little while. And definitely upload that video here in a little while. The man I was just talking to was the investigator for the prosecutor. I told him I wanted to press charges on that officer for what he did. I mean, because honestly, if it was you, me, or anybody else, you know as well as I do, we'd be in a jail cell, we'd be in a hospital, in handcuffs, detained, standing around with 30 motherfuckers with guns and badges and tasers and all treating you like a little kid. You know, like I said, if that would have been one of us that had done that shit, but just because you got that fucking badge, man, no, it does not grant you extra shiny rights. But no, to that woman though, Jackie, if you are watching these videos or if you happen to see this video, I do apologize for saying that every town's got its leaky cunt and we found ours. I do apologize for that one. I was pissed off because you come over and yelling at me, and like I said, and I hate being told what to do by anybody. I always have. That's why I used to have to go to a school. They call it for kids who fight. You could look at me across the room and you could lip it. You didn't have to say it out loud. You just mock the words. Your mama. Dude, I'd have beat you with my desk. Because I've done it to people. I mean, literally. I used to, love my mama. Took me a long time to realize, them saying your mama, what about it? Because that's really all it was. They could just your mama. That was it. Your mama. And back in the day, honestly, I've seen people almost die over just those two words right there, your mama. I watched a guy, I was probably maybe 5 foot at the time, and this dude was every bit of 6'2" already. I mean, he was a huge son of a bitch, a guy named David. I watched him choke the fuck out of a couple people for lipping your mama across the room at him. I thought he was gonna kill him. We was in school. When I was going to school, like I said, I was the only light-skinned person, we'll say. Very light-skinned at the time. Well, nah, not really light-skinned. I mean, I'm a tan, not really light-skinned. People going, oh, you're white. That's white. That's black. We all shades of wheat. We all just different levels of melanated. But no, I mean, during that segregation shit in the 70s, they bust me at first from one end of Detroit, damn near all the way towards Mount Clemens, to go to this school. At the same time where they were doing the segregation, with everybody else, trying to get everybody else integrated into these schools. And it was fucking ridiculous. I was literally the only light-skinned person in that school for almost 2 years until David showed up, started choking motherfuckers. And then 3 weeks after he showed up, I still consider him my best friend, even though we haven't seen each other since we were kids, but his name is Jonathan Rhodes, Johnny Rhodes. So if you're ever watching one of these, yep, it's me. Anyway, me and him used to get along really good. Martin Luther King's birthday, I got attacked one time in school, literally. I walked into school, all I heard was, there he is. I had no idea what the hell what it was. I didn't know it was Martin Luther King's birthday. I had no idea. I was a kid. I didn't know. Next thing you know, boy, I had like 30 motherfuckers all trying to pile drive on top of me. And I used to carry a knife to school back in the day. I pulled that motherfucker out of my pocket and said, click. All of a sudden, all I heard, he got a knife. And they all let go of me. And like, no shit. I'll start slicing and dicing. Don't give a fuck. I'm waiting for this woman to come out. I can't wait all day for her though. Oh, Bobby. Bobby. No, damn it, Bobby. So the commissioners have the video. I'm just in shock that this deputy actually had the balls to walk up and to do that to me on film. No provocation, no nothing. You know, is he mad because I didn't say good morning back? You know? Did I burst his bubble? It's definitely messed up. Best wishes you. Hope the cases get dropped. Glitch proxy, sorry, those messages just now popped up. See what I mean? That's why I don't like this phone. Those messages literally just popped the fuck up. 12:35 and 12:36, it says that you put them in, and it's 1:56. Really? Literally, messages are just now popping up almost an hour later. I swear, this fucking phone company is on crack. I got rid of the last phone carrier I had, and I'll be honest, it's a T-Mobile. Most reliable, America's top #1. Fuck, that phone will get you shot. I'll be in the middle of doing a live recording cops. That motherfucker go blank. No. Time to go. And they wonder why I'm walking around. Like right now, knowing I had to come to court today and I had to hide phones and shit with me, I still brought fucking, 3 cell phones with me so I can record extra memory and shit like that. Hell yeah. I said, I don't go nowhere without recording anymore. I don't care, me and, my buddy, where I'm living over, we'll go out and go doing repos or whatever and stuff like that. And a lot of times, depending on where we're doing the repo, I don't record all the repos, but we do record, or I do. He really don't. I think he's probably going to start though. That's like, hell, watch me cuss out a cop one time, and me and Jake were sitting over there at the house, and next thing you know, this cop comes up in the house and he's telling us what we can and we can't do with this camper that was sitting on his property. And me and him were both instantly, I was like, no. I said, this camper's got to go. All of a sudden, this cop was like, if you guys put that out on the street, he goes, I'll arrest you guys or whatever. We wasn't even fucking 5 minutes later, we put that motherfucker on the street. Do it then. It's not ours. It's got to go. We'll see you. Tow it. Do whatever the fuck you want to do with it, but it's got to go. Did the same thing to a couple cars. People wanted to be jerks about the different cars, and we were like, fuck it. We rolled them right out in the fucking street and left them. Tell them get them bitches, because they'll get towed. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I got no time for the bullshit. Too old for that. My give a fuck button went out the window a long time ago. Said no fucks to give. None whatsoever. Matter of fact, where's that? me set you down just for a quick second. My butt is here. My butt is here. Alright, where the fuck you go? Here you go.
I've tried, and I've tried even more. I've tried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed, I pushed, I yelled, and begged in hopes of some success. The inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have run dry. I've tried to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy. I've no more fucks to give, no more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I play by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I would have laughed, alas, to no avail. I've run round like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've up to fucked off home. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck rations are depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The complete length of acknowledgement has now begun to go, and I've come to realize that I don't give a fuck. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have blown away. My fucks are now so fucked off they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have gone insane. They come back round and pass me while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have all dissolved. I planned many projects but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give, I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks, I've no more fucks, I've no more fucks to give. Thank you very much.
That right there is literally 100% how the fuck I feel. I got no more fucks to give. I mean, you've all heard that phrase. You know, I'm like, behold the field of fucks, they groweth not. Alright, what did I do here? I accidentally opened something up. I played this earlier. I'm gonna play it again. I played it on the other video. You ever heard of Rob Hustle? Two songs I'm gonna play here, and then we'll that'll give us a little bit of time to charge here, and then we'll start walking back towards the house. Where's the one?
Yes, sir. I'm hard-headed. Big dog with farm credit. I got a stack of fishing cash, bitch, I stay breaded. You see me lurking in the dark, mind your whole business. I've been preaching from the start, y'all can all get it. See, I don't give a shit, speaking on these hypocrites. I'm living life militant, these beans, bitch, I'm spilling them. My jeans, you ain't filling them. These hands, dog, I'm dealing them. Earned every single penny that I got, bitch, I'm diligent. And mama didn't raise no bitch. My daddy damn sure don't play. I'm from a long, hard line of folk used to the grind. So let me say, I'm from a long line of some strong guys that made a living off a hell on wheels. Off in the tall pines above the law's eyes, we make it happen up in these hills. I ain't ever met nobody that can tell me shit. I'm hard-headed, that's the way it goes. Every lesson that I learn, every penny that I earn, believe I got that on my own. Yes, sir. I'm hard.
Hell yes. That's exactly it. Hard-headed like a motherfucker. And I don't give a fuck. Where the hell is that song? Wasn't the one I was actually looking for, but it worked. Oh.
This year's
This song right here by Rob Hustle. Listen to these words.
let's talk about so where they at, where they at? The crime for people is just a failure to act by all these good guys. So where they at, where they at? If you're dirty and you need someone to cover your back, you need a good guy. So where they at, where they at? You'll never see them snitch or someone wearing a badge, cause they the good guy. So listen up, listen up. If you ain't locking up the bad cops, you ain't good enough. Yeah, where all them good cops at? People keep telling me bad apples make good cops look bad. But if 99% of cops are as good as they say, they should be able to lock a couple bad apples away. And yet they don't. Not because they can't, but because they won't. Cause their highest duty's protected and serving their own. The first rule of policing means when in doubt they'll shoot. And if they make a mistake, all the cops will hide the truth. Even if they want to report a cop, they know that they can't. You're as good as dead on the force if you get labeled a rat. Cause the union rep will protect you from ever losing their job. And you wonder why there's criminals enforcing the law. Just ask them. So where they at, where they at? The crime for people is just a failure to act by all these good cops. So where they at, where they at? If you're dirty and you need someone to cover your back, you need a good cop. So where they at, where they at? You'll never see them snitch or someone wearing a badge, cause they the good cops. So listen up, listen up. If you ain't locking up the bad cops, you ain't good enough. Police are trained a lot to make an arrest, but they're not required to help you when you make a request. They got no affirmative duty to either serve or protect, and they're immune from prosecution if they choose to neglect. Look at the precedent set by Talaferro, Douglas, and Warren. No one protected Jessica Gonzalez's daughter, and when she went to court to hold someone accountable for it, SCOTUS told us that it was legal for the cops to ignore. That's because the cop is an enforcer and his job to collect, stealing money, kicking asses, and cashing forfeiture checks, writing ridiculous tickets to wage a war on drugs. Our city budgets are funded by waging war on us. Thanks to the cops. So where they at? Where they at? The crime for people is just a failure to act by all these good cops. So where they at? Where they at? If you're dirty and you need someone to cover your back, you need a good cop. So where they at? Where they at? You'll never see them snitch or someone wearing a badge, cause they the good cops. So listen up, listen up. If you ain't locking up the bad cops, you ain't good enough. Sometimes a cop will say it's not my fault. I'm just doing my job, I'm not the guy who writes the law. I was following orders, honoring the oath I swore. And I'm like Nuremberg, war trial, principle 4. And some people seem to believe that if they don't do crime, that the cops will leave them alone and that they'll be just fine. Go ahead and tread on the Constitution, we don't mind. I can't believe that these people can even be so blind. See, what they don't understand is that the problem at hand is systemic. It goes beyond a single woman or man. When good people let evil people keep on laying the plan, the banality of evil lies in obeying command. Just ask them. So where they at? Where they at? The crime for evil is just a failure to act by all these good cops. So where they at? Where they at? If you're dirty and you need someone to cover your back, you need a good cop. So where they at? Where they at? You'll never see them snitch on someone wearing a badge, cause they the good cops. So listen up, listen up. If you ain't locking up the bad cops, you ain't good enough. So where they at? Where they at? The crime for evil is just a failure to act by all these good cops. So where they at? Where they at? If you're dirty and you need someone to cover your back, you need a good cop. So where they at? Where they at? You'll never see see him snitch on someone wearing a badge, cause they the good cops. So listen up, listen up. If you ain't locking up the bad cops, you ain't good enough.
I mean, that's straight up the truth right there. Okay, what's my battery? Yeah, I got plenty. Let's go over here and sit down in the shade for a minute. I just realized the video that I have that I was recording is not this video. I'm sitting here in a serious blonde moment. Shows this cop literally bumping into me. Oh. Yeah, definitely cooler over here. Oh. Sit you down for a second. The tree. All right. I'm gonna set you down just for one more second here, but I'm not gonna have you aiming at the tree though this time. Pull up my other YouTube from earlier. The video that did not show up.
Go ahead.
I was going to play the video from earlier when I was doing the live stream, but I thought that it loaded, and I know I didn't hit delete on that motherfucker. But my phone has done that though to me before, where I'll be trying to check out a video, and because I'm live on one and I'm looking at it onto another, it won't show me the whole deal, you know, like videos that are still in the process of being processed. I don't know if that happens to you guys. It does to me every now and then on here, and it really pisses me off because well, they don't want to answer him at all, do they?
Capital EMS, 2516 Brown Street, 2516 Brown Street, for a confused 77-year-old female.
She realized she woke up in Newcastle, Indiana, and she's confused. Stop the train, I want off. You know, every time, I don't know what it's like when if you listen to a scanner, but if you don't have a scanner app, I don't know if you can see this one right here. This is the one. That's the one I use for this area. It's actually a pretty good app. I think it's been down twice in a couple years, and that's only so they can update some of the codes and stuff in it. And it was only down for maybe an hour or two each time. But get you a scanner app, literally. You obviously don't have that son of a bitch on if you're breaking the law, which I don't recommend you doing that either, so we ain't promoting that shit. I'm just saying, don't break the law while you got your scanner app on, or your ass is going to jail. But you can have a scanner app in any state you want to in the United States. They're not illegal like they tell you they are. They're only illegal.
43, I've just put another call in for a fall. I know we're out of trucks. It sounds BOS. She's conscious on alert. Would you like me to contact the county?
Like I said, don't be out there breaking the law. Out there using these scanner apps. Because I was going to say something else and I had a brain fart.
One is going to be at 2200 Forest Ridge, 2200 Forest Ridge Parkway. To fall in the gym, they advise come through the back door.
Medic 3 driving a ball.
But these apps, like I said, they're pretty decent to have when you're listening to them in your area.
Clear Medic 9, 10-8 with an SOR. D1, when you can, advise me which one of their ambulance numbers is taking it so I can assign the call.
All the scanner app, or all the scanner apps, all the police around here,
Medic 3 driving a ball.
you'll hear them pulling somebody over, and they're like, well, we got a call for a suspicious person. And then the call come back through. They go, well, what are they doing? Oh, walking. So walking in 2024 is suspicious. And I mean, like, literally, that's no joke. I've got tons and tons and tons of recordings of the scanner, and you'd be surprised. And mostly everything I'm hearing, it's either someone walking, the occasional, domestic, you get the occasional drinking and driving or whatever, like right now, that's the ambulance getting ready to go by down there to the Brown Road where they're talking about. It's down by my area where they're headed. But most everything I hear on the scanners anymore is, you know, breathing problems, chest pains, you know, literally somebody walking, you know, somebody's got a backpack on. Well, what are they doing? Walking. You know, suspicious person with a backpack. What, you've never seen somebody with a fucking backpack at night? I mean, you never see somebody with a backpack in the daytime? I mean, I literally watched them in this town one time pull over an old woman, and it was fucking winter, and I'm talking ice on the ground. Her plate was messed up on her vehicle. You know, her little... I'm gonna be polite right now. We'll talk about the BMV in another time. Nazi motherfuckers, I don't like them either. Anyway, her plate was out of date by a couple days. The officer was such a prick. He towed this old woman's car, made this old woman walk in the middle of the winter, ice and shit all over the ground, made her get out and walk. I recorded the whole thing, and he was madder than fuck because I was recording. I'm like, I'm not the Nazi motherfucker out here making the old woman walk in the middle of winter. You know, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Don't be looking at me. They're, like I said, it's literally rules for thee, not for me. Oh, come on, Bobby, come into the office. I haven't seen her yet. She usually comes in this back door right here where we're sitting. She's one of the county commissioners. Matter of fact, while we're waiting, I'll take and show you that on this video, because the other one, just in case it doesn't load or didn't load properly, or is not going to load, at least I'll have the same video again. Oh, look, another public building. Oh, another courthouse. Oh my God. And I have a camera on. That's the kill motherfucker again. Oh, no. $27.50 for return check, huh? Also, there'd be $1 for reprinting. Fuck it. Already a bunch of fucking welfare recipients fucking paid on tax dollars, and you want more fucking tax dollars? I can see maybe if somebody gives you a bad check. They said return checks. There's many reasons you can get a return check. It's not because they're all bad. Go upstairs here to county commissioners and see if she's back in the office yet. See if we can get this video of this pork chop chest bumping me. This is the last time you see some old ass fucking stairs like these. That's what we waiting on right there. That's what's missing. There's photos missing. We're gonna start off with the tyrant of this bunch as far as names go. She thinks that you should have to give up your Fourth Amendment. Yeah, I think that shit's done on purpose. Every time I get up in that area, my phone does that shit. Every time. Anyway, that one on the end, like I said, she thinks that you should have to give up your Fourth Amendment to speak. She wants to know where you live. You know, why? So you can retaliate because you don't like what I say? She's not in here yet. Man, I don't want to have to walk up these motherfuckers again. Say we go in here and take a nap. Here's one of those facial recognition screens. I stepped in front of one of them one time, and I immediately knew what it was. And the lady's like, you need to put your forehead against this. I pointed to my pecker and said, you need to put your forehead here. She's like, that's uncalled for. I said, yes, and so is that machine. I still, her mouth straight dropped. I was like, well, basically right position. Told you, I'm a son of a bitch. Oh, look at that purple. That's sharp. It's like a candy purple. Yeah, that's definitely sharp. I like that. That car right there, again, is the one that the lady witnessed her little pig boyfriend or husband or whatever, or friend or whatever the fuck he is to her, assault me for no reason. I mean, it's like these motherfuckers, to me, it's like they want to lose their qualified immunity around here. They want to have me in you know.
One, you have a better location where this car fire might be?
A car fire?
Campfire, Northfield.
Northfield.
Clear. Tower 1's in the area.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Tower 1.
We ain't going there.
Tower 1, you guys can disregard. Dispatch, Tower 1's out. It's gonna be
I know, like I said, I know for a fact that fucking,
no smoke, no flames.
I recorded that video, but Mr. White, America First, did a little
Engine 3 is cleared on disregard.
video here for me. It's the night of my disorderly.
Who the hell are you? You know. You all know exactly who I am. Now,
Say my name.
Hey, Mr. White. I did not realize that was Mr. White back there. You know Mr. White?
Okay, the mayor said he will meet with you.
How you doing today, Mr. Six? Mr. White.
You're damn right.
Yeah, Mr. White. What's up, America? It's your favorite Monday morning quarterback, Mr. White. Back at you with another one. This time we're going to go check out Rick Walton on Facebook / Bad Cop on YouTube. Let's jump right into it and see what he's got going on.
This is the night of my disorderly.
You should never have that left open. Engine number 3. Vehicle number 3. Is this the old number 3? No, this is the newer one. The old number 3 MR has been the loudest siren in the county. Anyway, you guys gotta do better. Give that shit open.
Trying to loosen his shadow.
Alright, so it seems like I'm experiencing some technical difficulties on my end. Every time I make a cut, there's a couple milliseconds of audio that's cut out with it.
Actually, you know what? I'll wait till we get back to the house and I'll play that one.
His whole video is 6 hours. Make sure you go check it out.
Yeah, definitely make sure you go and check them out. Especially America First, Mr. White, Good Citizen, Media. Definitely go check him out. Where the hell is that video? Get off me, bug. Remind me of the fucking cops. You can't fucking hang along for the ride. That one says 10:10. That one says 6 minutes. But that was the other day at the house when I recorded. ID refusal. Okay. I mean, like this video right here, for example. I go to the police department to make a report.
You always ask me when you're just sitting around. You don't have to do anything else. Stop that white, please. Right off the rip.
I'm sorry.
It's Rick.
What is it?
It's Rick, not Ricky.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
The sheriff's department called the sheriff's department on me because I was trying to access public records. They denied us service, closed the window, all because I was holding the camera and wanted to thank a man.
I told the truth. Get me out of the hole. I want to go to thank the guy.
You know, like I said, this is the kind of bullshit, man, we deal with around here. Like I said, I mean, there's thousands and thousands. I literally, I mean, I know it probably says I got a little over 99 videos or some shit like that, I think it says. But there's literally a couple thousand videos or better. I had so many videos that I filled 4 laptops. I have a 8 terabyte hard drive on one computer. It is completely full of nothing but videos of me recording. 8 terabytes, think about that. These videos aren't very big in size. So that tells you how many videos, I mean, there's thousands. I've got another 2 terabyte completely full. I've got a 10 terabyte one. I got a couple single terabytes. So, you know, like the phone, for example, right now that I'm holding, you know, it's got over 2 gig of memory. It's got a 2 gig memory card in it, plus the 128 gig or whatever that comes with the phone is in it. You know, and then it's got an extra slot. I got an extra memory card in there. I think that one's an 80 gig though, just for a backup. I use it for a different recording program I have. That phone right there has got 2 gig in it, you know. This phone has 2 gig in it. They wonder why I'm always recording. I had one cop tell me one day, he goes, we could stand here all day. I was like, yeah. I said, but the difference is, I said, your batteries will run out before mine. I said, and your memory. And he looked at me and went, what? I said, you'll have to go to the station. And I said, and download your camera. I said, before I will. And he thought I was bullshitting. It's like 8 hours later, literally, I was still out there recording. Hadn't been nowhere. Listen, I got enough juice generally when I'm out. I can plug in all my phones and stuff. I got enough juice to where I don't have to plug in nowhere probably for damn near a week of recording. That's literally no joke. You know, the different battery chargers that I keep with me, you know, at all times. Generally when I'm out, I've usually got a pair of nunchucks on me at all times. I carry a Kubaton, a couple different blades. I've got a metal police tonfa like what they have. I carry those. I had one cop, he was telling me, he goes, I can arrest you for every bit of this shit. And I said, the fuck you can. I said, you carry your Second Amendment the way you want to. I'll carry my Second Amendment the way I want to. He goes, those nunchucks aren't considered your Second Amendment. And I said, do you know anything about these type of weapons? And he's looking at me, and you would think for an officer, especially, you know, somebody who supposedly trains in martial arts would know, you know, but the type of weapons, you know, that I've been playing around with since I was 7 years old, and I say playing, you can look on my videos, I mean, you can see, that's playing, but they're considered, they classify them deadly internet gun, and it's only because they're quiet, you know, because, you know, you might pull out a gun, but if I see you reaching, you know, my shit's coming out faster than your gun is. I guarantee it, because the way I keep them on me at every time, you know. So I mean, I get somebody coming at me and they start reaching for that type of shit, I mean, I'll knock you the fuck out, and be like that lady in the commercial, like, oh shit, there he is, he's coming too. And it's like, yeah, you got a little shitty there, didn't you? I had one cop, he was literally, he wanted to, I mean, he ran me, this was in Ohio, Scott Palucci. That's where I started. He's the one I came up with the initial name, Officer Riri. He also thinks the First Amendment is a joke. I was recording my hometown, showing everybody here in this state where I grew up, you know, what it was like, you know, in my hometown where I was born. That hometown is smaller than here. I actually grew up in Detroit, but where I was born, my hometown is smaller than Newcastle here. I mean, my hometown is basically, blink your eyes 2-3 times, you're basically through it. I mean, but what messes me up is that we've got a road down here, 18th and Broad. They worked on it 1 year, and I'm being polite at the 1 year thing, because when they first started on this road, they're like, oh, we'll be done in 6 months, one end to the other. And at the time, I was thinking, oh, that's kind of quick, you know, one end to the other. It took over 4 years. For 2 miles, I think. And believe me, I'm not exaggerating. I went to my hometown, which is smaller than this, nowhere near the money of this town that rakes it in. We had the street department come through and tore up a 4-lane highway, almost 89 miles, literally, from like one end of town to, I mean, like, or one end of the county to the other on the main road there. It's 4-lane, turns into 2-lane. There's a couple spots that go into like 1 lane, but anyway, you get the gist of how many miles. 3 days. 3 days. Had the road completely cut up, picked up, cleaned up, repaved, painted, the markers in. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God. I come back here, I was like, oh, York, you know, talking about the mayor here. I was like, yeah, you want to show this to the people you got working around here, milking you guys for the clock? Think this bitch is going to come out anytime soon? What time is it? Oh, hell no, she's still got another fucking hour or something. I thought it was later than that. They gave Bobby the video from underneath here where I had a police officer chest bump me this morning before court. He was parked right there in the drive spot, just parking, blocking the road. So I recorded it, like I always do, especially, you know, it's not, you can't have the rules for thee and not for us. But anyway, I recorded, didn't say a word to him. Never once said a word to him, not even when he said good morning, you know. I mean, I probably would have said good morning, but when I seen the badge and the gun, nope. I'm not wishing any of you guys a good morning. You guys are the reason I'm here. But anyway, like I said, did all the little chest bump bullshit, and under a camera, under a 360 cam to beat all. Less than 10 feet from his bald-headed chicken fucker head. Hell, it's like 4 feet. And that's saying they stack shit a little high. But I asked him, oh, what's your name? What the fuck, man? I'm like, that's unwanted. The first thing I think is originally I said was, that's unwanted touching right off the fucking rip, I said. I was like, what the fuck is your name and badge number? Boy, he didn't say a word. He just kept on walking. I walked straight up to the fucking door, stuck my hand around his fucking chest a little bit. He looked at me kind of funny. I was sitting there thinking, dude, touch me again, we're gonna be fighting, you know? Refused to give me his name. I sat out here. So that incident happened roughly 7:15 somewhere. It just turned daylight, roughly, or just getting ready to. And he goes, actually, it wasn't even quite dark. It wasn't even quite light. Anyway, he walks over here into the building, in between those doors over here, goes inside, shuts the door. So I'm over there fucking. I mean, I was pounding on that window, motherfucker. I was calling him, yelling out Peter Cheeks and Jism Jaws and all kinds of shit. Same thing I did to Evans that night, you know what I mean? You can't touch. If we would have done that, like I said, we'd all been in jail. I don't care if this is a, you know, and I'm gonna keep saying it. I don't care if this is a stand your ground state or not. You're not gonna keep touching me. I'm definitely not the one. I don't know if I can keep waiting for her. I'm tired as fuck. I stayed up all night to make sure I make this, you know what I mean? Especially since there was the 2 trials. Part of the reason I stayed up too, because I figured, well, in case this judge decides to play the bullshit game and does arrest me, you know. This motherfucker literally told my attorney, right in court, I can't consider him the press just because he's got a cell phone in his hand and he's recording on YouTube or Facebook. Don't make a fucking difference where I'm fucking putting it. If it's being seen and I'm publishing it for public to view, to like, comment, share, subscribe, follow, or whatever, that's news. Oh yeah, if there's any fuck checkers in here that work for old Fuckerberg, fuck you, the horses you bitches rode in on. I want to know how you son of a bitches can read private shit. If I send something to myself private so I can view it later to disseminate whether or not, if I want to disseminate it out to the public, or decide, disseminate twice, dude. If I want to decide whether or not I want to disseminate it out to the fucking public or not, to see, you know, if I think it's newsworthy or you know, or so I can do some due diligence and double check it, make sure it ain't fake, you know. Why you reading my shit first? Or why you watching my videos and putting fucking video cues and shit over them? What the fuck is up with that? You know, our independent fuck checkers figured out that you were telling the truth and we had to make people think that you're lying. You know, and every time they do that shit, you know damn well it's the truth. You know, they should have just left it alone. Hell, I'd have probably deleted the motherfucker. I'd have probably found something going, it's probably fake. You know, and probably would have deleted the son of a bitch, no joke. But, you know, the second they throw that independent fact or fuck check bullshit on there, I'm like, you know it's real, throw it on there. They wouldn't be trying to get me to fucking stop posting it. I posted God Bless America. They put, you know, a disclaimer on it. What the fuck? That shocked the fuck out of me. But you'll send fucking porn shit through my news feed. You know? Ads will pop up showing motherfuckers, I mean, straight raw dog dicking each other. I'm like, what the fuck? Flips me out. You know? I reported one of those once to Facebook. We determined that it doesn't go against our community standards, but your post that said, "In God we trust," does. What the fuck? I want somebody to stop the fucking planet and let me the fuck off. Oh, I wish this bitch had come outside so I could fucking confront her some more. On the passenger seat, there's a wallet and some other shit sitting up in there. Fucking all kinds of, a lot of money sitting right there in fucking plain view. I made the comment earlier. I was like, man, I grew up in Detroit. That windows would have been busted out already. Straight up. She'd have come outside and go, what's all that shiny shit around my car? Them are your windows, twat. You fucked up and left money on your seat. You got a wallet in there, the whole 9 yards. I mean, and what's messed up is the one wallet is one of them clear like soap type wallets or whatever, and it's full of money. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, people are dumb. He's either got an earpiece in or he's talking to himself. I actually think he might have an earpiece in. But I could be wrong. This is Newcastle, Indiana. The town attorney. Right over there with a little blue roof. Right over there. He don't believe that you have a First Amendment right either. He thinks that it's lawful for them to turn the microphones off on you in a county meeting because you don't want to relinquish your rights. You know, and like I said, I keep bitching about this cell phone deal on this door over here, and people's like, I don't know why you keep bitching about that. They ain't never going to change it. Oh, no, they're going to change it. Just like they're going to change that wanding shit and me emptying my pockets when I go in there. That's a Fourth Amendment violation. It's none of your fucking business what I got in my pocket. You want to do the wand? That's cool. Make sure there ain't no metal on somebody. I get that part. You know what I mean? Do a cursory pat down. Or your indoor Terry stop. You know. And I'm starting to think that fucking law, I think, was it Delete's law? Yeah. I'm starting to honestly kind of agree with him on the Terry versus Ohio about getting that shit fucking thrown out, because these motherfuckers know they're only allowed to fucking cursory fucking pat you down. These motherfuckers will stick their hands in your pockets around here. They'll fucking grab a hold of you, start pulling shit in, knowing damn well that generally when I'm out, you know, especially if I'm with somebody else, I'm generally not armed, you know what I mean? Because usually if I'm with somebody else, generally they're the ones that are armed. I'm just usually armed with the career killer here. But like I said, I mean, when I'm out at nighttime, like I said, I'm armed to the teeth, you know, so let's don't get it twisted. But, damn, somebody's fucking vibrator's humming the theme to Bonanza. Like I said, these guys, it's the whole fucking trip. Who keeps fucking pounding over there? Got these big ass trucks in my way. I'm sorry, that vibrator sound fucking me up. Got me all fucking miscombobulated, forgot what I was talking about. I'm tired though too. I haven't had any sleep. Well, like I said, I mean, long story short, you know what I mean? You can't turn a First Amendment protected activity into a crime. I don't care how much you keep trying. The judge up here told my attorney that because I have the camera does not make me a journalist, does not make me news. You know, and I was waiting for my attorney to look right at him. Well, what do you consider news, Your Honor? You know, but then technically that would have been arguing with the tyrant in charge. You know, can't have that. I wanted to keep looking over at the ladies who are writing down everything they hear in there. I wanted to fucking raise my hand and make it known. I'm like, you know, because they can't write down, oh, he's sneering, he's laughing. You know, nobody's making those comments. You know, they're trespassing me out of public lobbies, the public building itself. I'm actually trespassed in this building. When there's not court for me, I'm supposed to be technically not allowed in that building because I was trespassed by the sheriff, who don't understand trespass. But see now, get this though, the cell phone I'm holding in my hand, I could go over there and walk in that building right now and I'm not trespassed. So which is it? I'm trespassed, I'm not trespassed. I mean, this is the sheriff who's supposed to know the law. From what I read on the policeman's, and I've got a PDF, I'm probably gonna put a link to the PDFs so people can download a lot of these files that I've been finding. But it's from the Policeman's Guild, or for the top policemen in the country or whatever. Anyway, and it talks about what they have to know, you know, at certain stages of being a police officer, like lieutenants and stuff like that, sergeants and lieutenants and all that. They are supposed to know the Constitution, all the amendments there. They're supposed to know them by heart. And that's exactly how the book says it, by heart. You need to know these things. And not one, I ask, just like everybody else, you know, what's the First Amendment? These motherfuckers, I've only had one cop here tell me 4 elements of it. They're bringing in more fucking victims from the jail, more than people that are innocent until proven guilty. Oh. Look, it's the flower girls. No. It's usually always women up here that's doing this. I think he's watering them. Yeah, they're watering them. They definitely need them. It's warm out here. Look, I know that dude. He's younger than I am. And he's step. Shit, I'd already been in the top of a fucking 40-foot ladder by now. I want this bitch to come out really so I can fucking confront her some more about her little boyfriend that decided he wanted to chest bump me. And by little boyfriend, I mean bacon with a badge. The other white meat. I'm telling you what, I'm sweating like a... I'm going to be polite about that one. I almost said something. Oh, straight be polite. I had a lady come by not too long ago. I was out a couple months back. She seen me, I was recording. You recording? Yes, I am. You can't be. I was like, instantly, I just turned around and started to walk away. All of a sudden, she started cranking the music up. I was like, look, bitches, I don't give a fuck about music. I turned my own music on, outblasted hers. I don't give a fuck. I'll play some music now. I don't care. I like music. Like I said, I ain't trying to make money off this video. I'm just trying to make it aware that Henry County, Indiana has got a bunch of crooked motherfuckers here. So if you plan on coming to live here, you might want to watch it. Maybe that's what I need to do. I noticed that actually the very first time I had any trouble, the very first video I posted Newcastle, Indiana at the title of it, you know, and then went past the, you know, of the Newcastle, Indiana, kind of went into a little detail as much as it lets you go for them 100 letters. But, and that video did pretty well, you know, but I shared it once. I mean, once it was uploaded, I think I shared it to my Facebook. And I think my Twitter account, or Twatter account, yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, it was the Twatter. So those are the only two spots, and I think the video got like 26,000 views or some shit like that. One time, police showed up, didn't like I said, absolutely nothing. You know, when dude tried to burn my house down with me in it. All they were worried about was a fight. Well, we're not here for the arson. We're not here for the attempted murder. We're just here because we heard that there was a fight. Have you ever had a vehicle stolen? If you have, I'm pretty sure you probably dealt with an officer or somebody in charge fairly quickly, you know, to talk to you. And this is long, I'm talking long before I decided to start recording. You know, and by the way, any pigs listening to this, any court officials, anybody from the government, you want to know why I record? You fucks put this camera in my hand. Just like 99.9% of the rest of us, you did. You put this fucking cameras in our hands. You did it. You violated our rights. You killed our dogs. You beat our children. You know, you whipped our wives. You jerked our boyfriends and husbands and girlfriends and daughters and sons and grandkids and stuff out of vehicles and beat the brakes off of them for no apparent reason because their tint was too fucking dark, or their, you know, their license plate bulb was fucking not white. Like the police vehicle over here that's got the blue lines all over it, the fucking blue line fucking tag in the front, which actually I don't mind that one. That one's, that's a straight black tag, like I said, you know, and it's got a blue line. I don't, that one I don't give a fuck, but it does have that blue line. But he's got the other blue lines around the other sides of it, stuff that show a United States flag. Those are the ones I got a problem with. I forgot where I was going with that. Just a bunch of tyrants. I mean, if you're gonna move here, you want to know anything about this town, I mean, like I said, it's either Letterman or Leno, or not Leno, or Carson one, talking about, you know, committing murder and getting away with it. This is the place to move. It's exactly what they said. So who's the one, you know, committing the murders, getting away with it? Apparently the cops. We've got a Caddis police officer who's new to the force here, that they just announced on the Newcastle Facebook page, Henry County Facebook page, talking about, we got these new officers out here and they're doing such a great job. Well, one of them just killed somebody in a car chase before he even fucking graduated the academy. Think about that. In a car chase that he wasn't supposed to be in. The sheriff here, if you get locked up in a jail cell and they refuse to give you water for 2 or 3 days, and then, or no toilet paper, or no shower, no soap, no shampoo, no access to the outside world like they do to you, you know, no mats, no blankets, no toilet paper, you know, if you do manage to be able to take a shit in the toilet, they don't let you flush it. They have control of the flusher. So they'll let you sit in that smell because they're a bunch of crude, dirty bastards here. It's all documented, it's all videos. They don't care. These motherfuckers go up here in the county meetings like, oh, we're doing so well, while the jail is riddled full of fucking drugs. You know, they know I record cops, so when I got arrested, they turned around and they threw me up in that motherfucker. What they do? They threw me in a cell with an ex-cop. And when they fucking found out, the ex-cop found out what I do, the guards told them what I do, trying to get me up, fucking beat up in there. And then realized when they stuck me up there, up top with all those big dudes, And I didn't hesitate and walked my big ass up in there and sat the fuck down right on that fucking mattress. Give a fuck. Because you touch me, I guarantee I'm not the only one going out on a fucking stretcher. A couple of you motherfuckers are coming with me. Somebody gonna lose some teeth. But anyway, I got thrown in a holding cell. After coming out of the original holding cell, I got put into I call it an isolation cell because it said isolation on the top of it. They're telling me that's not what it stands for, but it clearly says isolation at the top of the fucking corner of the door. You know, one of them little windows got a little flap that you open up, put the food tray in. It's got this little fucking square window with a little door. You know, they keep the lights on 24/7, you know, the sleep deprivation rooms. They lock you up in these cells for more than 24 hours at a time, you know, and not realize that national law is you can't lock anybody in a fucking cell 24 hours a day straight. They have to at least have an hour of rec time a fucking day out of a cell, whether it's outside, inside a gym, somewhere, something that's not that cell. These fuckers don't give a fuck. But like I said, man, these motherfuckers, little Sproles out here shooting guys for kicking the door. I need you to stop kicking that door for your safety. I know you might be thirsty and you're dying in there and you need some water. You might need some food or some toilet paper, that toilet flush. And sorry, I'm just a racist bastard. Don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck about you. Only my feelings and my paycheck that I'm going to collect at the end of the week. This motherfucker went here to the county meeting and bitched. I mean, pitched a bitch because he wanted $300,000 to buy fucking 2 or 3 cars, and they're like, you could buy, you could lease a fucking fleet of vehicles for that. Oh well, then we're paying for them over the long run. Who gives a fuck? For the same price of money, you get a fucking fleet of vehicles. Oh no, I gotta have the money so I can have me a brand new car paid off. You know, what the fuck? And then at the same time, they're going up here talking about, how well the jail's running. Why they got people dealing drugs under the cameras. I mean, we've all been, you know, I can't say we've all been in jail, but you know what I mean. Anybody that holds the camera's probably been in jail. I mean, it's like I said, let's not get that one twisted either. And I don't even give a fuck what you do generally. You know, but when you spreading lies on me, and then you're sitting there doing drugs directly under the camera, and your cop buddies are in the other fucking pod who are supposed to be controlling the pods that are circles and keeping an eye on you. They got these pods that are, I'm talking like millions and millions of dollars of computers, and you know, and I ain't gonna lie. The jail, you know, it's one of the nicer ones I have been in, you know. But there again, the holding cell, when they first bring you in, you're not supposed to be in them cells for more than 24 hours. And then you're supposed to get moved to population, you know, or medical, one of them too. These son of bitches hold you in there 2, 3, 4 days or whatever, not have you going to court. They maybe miss court appointments. They kept trying to send the doctor in to talk to me and ask me personal questions. Have you lost your fucking mind? I was like, get this fucking doctor out of here, man. I'm not speaking to this motherfucker. You don't need to know a fucking nothing about me. All you need to know is that I'm 57 years old, I'm on no medications, and I'm healthy. If I die in here, it's because of you motherfuckers. It's exactly what I said to him. He was like, oh, so you don't want to speak to him? I didn't ask to speak to him. Why the fuck would you send him in here? I mean, hell, I beat on my fucking door for fucking 9.5 hours almost. I didn't get shot with a beanbag. But then again, you know, I'm the same tone as old Sproles there. You know, I didn't have that dark complexion and be a racist bastard and shoot me for fucking officer safety because my melanin was darker or lighter. He shot him because he was darker, and I guarantee it's exactly why. A bunch of pussy bastards were afraid to go into the fucking cell. So what? I mean, you guys are trained for this shit. You're supposed to be. Was it 16 weeks? How many? Let me find out. I know each state varies technically for officer training. How many weeks of training to become a police officer in Indiana? It says the length of training to become a police officer in Indiana varies depending on the agency and position. Oh, looky here. Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. So, a recruit officer receives 932 hours of training, 24 weeks. Okay, and then we have, it says 24 weeks. It says at the State Certified Training Academy, Indiana State Police, 24 to 26 weeks of intensive training at the Indiana State Force Recruitment Academy. Northwest Indiana Law Enforcement Academy is 15 weeks. That's where I think the asshole that wants to turn my free speech into disorderly conduct, aka fucking contempt of cop, into a crime. I think that's where he's from, is the Northwest one, is where he said he did. So think about that. He got 15 weeks of training. No wonder he don't understand that the word fuck, you can't arrest me for it. Fort Wayne Police Department. The academy is 23-week program. City of Goshen, 24 hours per year after graduation. So after the graduation, so after their 15 weeks there, their graduation, 24 hours a year. Woohoo! We do little training. And ain't none of it on the fucking First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Third Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, Seventh. We can go on and on and on. They don't give a fuck. You know another reason I'm starting to really hate these motherfuckers? Origins of modern police. Oh, where is it? Fucking bug, get the fuck off my nose. Yeah, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right here. Origins of modern policing can be traced back to several sources, including slave patrols in the United States. I mean, think about that. Slave patrols. It says in the early 1700s, the first formal slave patrols were established in the Carolinas to capture runaway slaves and suppress slave uprisings. Slave patrols were often violent and used excessive force to control slaves. Some critics of American policing claim that modern policing is a direct descendant of slave patrols. No fucking shit, Sherlock. You know, overseer, police officer, think about it. I mean, it don't take a fucking, you know, a rainstorm and a fucking lightning strike to figure out. That's why when they pull you over and they think that they own you, and you've got to do this and you've got to do that and you've got to do this and you've got to do that, and it's all under threats of arrest because massa says you got to do it. Well, number one, my slave credentials are up and gone. Fuck you, the horses you came in on. My attitude's a little bit part of the reason I can't find certain attorneys. They're like, he got an attitude, we can't have him up in here. He don't look good for our cases. I actually had an attorney tell me that. You've got too much of an opinion, he said. It's not an opinion, they're facts. You can't turn constitutionally protected activities into crimes. Now, I could turn them into crimes by doing stupid shit, you know, like looking at officers right off the blue. Come here, motherfucker, so I can beat your ass. You know what I mean? Stupid shit like that. Yeah, that's a no-no. You know, that would be a threat, clearly. Can't threaten these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck if I call you Peter, Cheeks, Jism, Jaws, Regurgitated, Cum Bubble, ask you if you and your mama get a divorce or you and your sister get a divorce, if you're still brother and sister, any of that bullshit. I don't, you know, Bill Maher said it best. Assholes come with the job, you know? Or police work is like proctology, he said. Assholes come with the job. It's the truth, you know? You don't want us to turn into assholes? Stop treating us like fucking idiots. Most of us would probably just go ahead and deal with you normally. Like with a driver's license and all that shit. Most people just hand that shit right over. I don't. I never have. Even when I was a kid, long before I knew my rights. Because I knew when I got them years ago, there was something in one of the driver's manuals that I remember doing at school through the driving course. And it was talking about then, and it said like if a police officer ever comes up and, you know, you're technically required to give them it. But then it went into detail and then it was talking about like, you know, if you've broken a law and you're speeding or any of that happy shit, if they can articulate something, you know. And now we've got all kinds of Supreme Court case rulings on it. And these judges and stuff around here are like, I can't consider you this because my feelings are hurt because you got a camera. I don't know what kind of bug that is, but oh, them little mothers right here. Looks like a baby crab. This motherfucker's over here doing donuts. I told you it don't take much to amuse me when I'm tired. Is this woman gonna be in at all today? I'd like to get this video so I can go upload it. I'm gonna have the rest of my discovery for both the trials that I went to today. They got thrown out. I'm going to have those videos. I should have already had them. He was supposed to brought them today and he forgot, he said, which I knew I should have called him first thing in the morning. But anyway, on the 2nd, he's bringing me the videos and all the other paperwork. So I'm going to be uploading these body cam and showing where the cops literally lied. I'm gonna put the whole report and everything on there. I don't care. I don't care if people see it. Some of these people are like, oh no, I can't show you all this personal information. What are you gonna do with it? I mean, really, you want to fuck over with the credit score? That's okay. I don't give those fuckers permission to fuck with my credit anyway, so go for it. You ain't doing nothing to me, you know. I don't need a credit score. I need something, I get it. If I want something, I figure out a way to get it. You know, I'm not into all that material shit that I was. And I'll be honest, there for a while, I was actually into all kinds of materialistic shit. Had that music store, that variety shop. It was running my construction at the same time, and automotive, tree service, and, you know, landscaping. Fuck, I had like 4 or 5 different businesses all running literally at the same time. See that attorney right there that's getting ready to walk in there in the suit? He was my attorney for an old case that he actually won for me. I asked him, you willing to sue the city? Oh, no, I can't do that. Why? I work here, he said. So? A good lawyer. I mean, he actually is. He's, you know, you would think he would apply that, you know, make some good money, man. And that's another thing. Have you ever noticed when you go online and you type in lawyers, civil rights attorneys, you get 1,000,001, you know, or 1,010,000, hell, 1,050,000, I don't care, whatever. You know, accident lawyers, probate lawyers, it's just ambulance chasers. That's all it is. You know, all the ads that pop up, any kind of, like on my Facebook, for example, I'll be watching a video on Facebook and I'll flip through next, sketch or whatever, or I'll go over into the timeline. Next thing you know, there's a video for some lawyer. You look at it and go, have you been defrauded by somebody on the internet? What the fuck? I'm like, no, I've been defrauded by my government. I've been, I've had my rights violated, under color of law, multiple times. Not one of you motherfuckers will come out here. There's a civil rights attorney. Hello. There's a, say, meet my bucket here. Meet. Anyway, around the corner over here to the right, there's a civil rights attorney. He tells me, oh, yeah, we take cases, we just don't do criminal. So you work for the system then. You don't work for the people. You don't honor your oath. You're into it for a fucking paycheck. Like the rest of these Nazi motherfuckers around here. Yo, and they don't like it either when I call them Nazis, but I don't give a fuck. Papers. Need your papers. And the ID. Dude, I'm telling you what, whoever phrased that shit as crack, they weren't kidding. That shit is like crack to these motherfuckers. Oh, I gotta have that ID. Even when they know who I am, I still gotta have that ID. Yeah, because they want to run you through every agency they can, so they can turn around and fuck you over as much as they can. So if you ever decide you want to leave the country, you can't because you'll be on some kind of terrorist fucking watch list. It's a joke. Judges that don't understand the Constitution, don't understand the First Amendment, and how that every citizen is is news if they choose to be, or a reporter, an activist, whatever. You start disseminating stories. I can't believe that these are people who graduated college programs, who went to school for years and years and years and years and years, past their fucking high school shit, and don't know this shit. I didn't graduate high school. I know more than these fucking bitches in here when it comes to, our rights. Hence the reason, like I said, shit's getting thrown out. And it's constant, like I said. And that's another thing. Most of these people, I don't give a fuck what your case is. Most people are afraid to fucking fight them because they're like, oh, I'll just pay the ticket. Well, that's part of your problem there too. Paying the ticket, paying the fine, whatever. Going in, pleaded no contest. That's the same thing as fucking guilty. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. No contest. So fuck all that. I'm not going to contest the fucking charge. Fuck you. I contest every bit of it. They're like, well, you seem like you got a contempt for us. Yeah, I got contempt. Motherfuckers dragging me up in here under threats of arrest. You're paid to be here. I'm not. Prosecutors paid. Listen, there was three deputies in my building, or in the courtroom. There's two city police officers who showed up for my trial. They're also there in uniform, so they're on the clock being paid. You've got, like I said, the three secretaries. You've got the judge. Two secretaries, the judge, the prosecuting attorney, two other police officers behind, city police officers. You got, I think, 3 or 4 deputies are up there. Every one of these bastards, every one of them are paid to be there. They were all making money the whole time I'm sitting in there. I wasn't getting paid for that shit. They knew they didn't have a case. Every time I go into these fuckers, and every time I come up here to the court, they kept offering me these different deals. Here, plead to this and this and this, and then we won't do this. And the whole time, the last time I was here, I shook my head so hard, I looked right at her. I said, I tell you what, lady, I said, this is the prosecutor lady I was telling. I said, if I had rocks in my head right now and marbles, I said, you'd hear these motherfuckers shaking. And the whole time I was saying it, I was shaking my head no. And she's looking at me, she goes, oh, so you don't want to take that deal? Fuck no, I ain't taking that deal. And that's exactly how I said it in court. All right, you bumped your fucking head. I said, bring me something I done. And I said, yeah, and I'll admit to it. I said, but I'm not admitting to something I didn't do. I'm not one of these fucking cracked out fucking drug addicts you got running around here who are scared of you. I used to be scared of you motherfuckers. No more. Fuck all that. More power on our fucking numbers than there are on yours. And sooner or later, and it's going to definitely be sooner, they're going to start hanging a bunch of you motherfuckers for a bunch of fucking crimes against fucking humanity, profiting off of the fucking people's backs. I know where there's fucking heroin dealers. Think about that. Fentanyl dealers. These motherfuckers know where it's at. I know where there's people that are fucking doing all kinds of stupid shit around here. You know, they should know where it's at. I'm not saying I would go and tell them, you know. Now, if I knew for a fact you're going to turn around and, you know, you're selling that shit over here to kids or whatever, you're an adult. You can make up your own fucking mind and do what you're going to do. But if I ever see a kid at one of these fucking places, oh, you can bet your ass I'll send a cop there in a heartbeat. Fuck, wouldn't even be a whole heartbeat, but. You know, I've had people go, oh, that's a snitch shit. No, fuck all that. That's, you know, these motherfuckers, the system brought that shit in here. We didn't bring that shit in here. I remember in the fucking 80s, man, when motherfuckers were running around and sniffing glue and running around and doing fucking crack and shit. And I didn't know what the fuck that shit was. I'm watching motherfuckers walking around with white streaks all, you know, in their fucking around their noses and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I was a kid when I was seeing all this shit. It's these motherfuckers bringing it in. The jail here, it's a brand new jail. It's fucking ripe full of fucking drugs. Oh, we don't know how it's getting in. Well, if the fucking inmates ain't bringing it in because of the scanner machine, the full body scanner machine you got over there, you know, like they have at the airports, the expensive airports, they can see all the way through you. You know, if it's not coming in from the inmates, it's coming in from the fucking workers. Yeah, I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure this shit out. I mean, then again, it could be another Bigfoot fucking video. You know, it's blurry. They investigated themselves and found that there's no wrongdoing. I was in the wrong because I decided I wanted to say something. Because you're violating my rights. Got me twisted. I really do hate these motherfuckers sometimes. And I'm not trying to. I mean, because there's a few officers here that have, I mean, if for as many years as I've been here, honestly, I think there's, Jackson's never done me wrong. There's a couple of them. I really don't want to name them all out, really, but there's 3 or 4 of them, maybe 5, 6 tops, that have literally over the years have never disrespected me. I had one officer one time. I had a warrant for my arrest when I had my shop up here on 17th and Broad, where I used to have my first music, one of my first music stores. I had a warrant for my arrest. I was having a big sale, and I had an 18-foot car trailer that was sitting out on the front part just before the sidewalk, and I'm talking it was loaded with like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise from out of the store, where I was kind of doing a sale type deal, you know, like 50% off some things, you know what I mean, how some stores will do. So I started loading up all these tables outside so people could show up and basically have this huge sale. This fucking cop comes up talking about, you got a warrant for your arrest and we need to take you now and we got to do this and we got to do that, and immediately throws me in handcuffs and was going to take me to jail and leave all my shit sitting outside. My store wide open. I mean, he really didn't give a fuck. Another officer showed up, which is a detective now. Hightower is his name, and I'll give him a straight out shout out. I don't know how he is as a detective, but years ago, my dealings with him, that same day, he told that other officer, he goes, I'll go ahead and take him in, you know, so he can go ahead and go to the other call, because the other officer, I guess, was more needed for the other call. Hightower took the handcuffs off me. We spent 3.5, 4 hours, him and me both, loading all my stuff, putting it back into my building, locking my building up, put, you know, all the guitars back where they went, all the tools back where they went. Helped me literally organize shit, put everything back where it went. And then took me to jail with no handcuffs, put me in the front seat of the fucking car. You know, these other motherfuckers, nope. Hell no. They run my name and instantly hands go on guns. They think that I'm still that 18, 19-year-old little motherfucker that'll beat the brakes off you for fucking $20 you stole from me. And I'm not. I mean, we all grow up. But I'll be damned if, like I said, if I'm going to let anybody turn any of my rights into a crime. Anybody telling me I can't do what I know I'm legally allowed to do, when I'm legally allowed to do it, and how I'm legally allowed to do it. And it's definitely not going to happen. Not ever. Oh, what the fuck time is it? Well, shit. Oh, I think I done fucked around in Henry County assessors or something. I think that's what that said. Oh. Had to plug in for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let you guys sit here for a second. I'm gonna walk over here to the and see if they can give her a call and find out where she's at, because I ain't got all day to sit up here with this and wait for this video.
Sounds good to me.
So.
Bummer.
She's in a meeting.
Is there a way anybody can see if, did they bring her a copy of a video?
I
earlier?
have no idea. She's been in a meeting almost since she's got here.
Yeah, I've been out there since 7 o'clock this morning waiting for a sheriff or somebody to come and take a report, and they never did.
Yeah,
And I was told they finally, they just told me a little while ago, they gave her a video for me.
They may have. She's been in that meeting. I haven't seen her come back out, so.
I mean, is there a way you can find out about how much longer they're gonna be?
I have no idea. There's no way to know.
I mean, you can't ask.
I can't interrupt the meeting, no.
How long do these meetings generally last?
I don't even know what it's to do with. I mean, it depends on what the topic is and how controversial it is, and it could, I mean, I don't know what it's to do with.
Nobody knows what it's to do with it.
Well, I'm sure they know what it's to do with. It's not none of my business.
Kind of is.
I'm doing my job. I'm not
No, I
worried
know,
about
I
their
mean,
job.
because even though you work here, I just meant that everything that kind of goes on here is actually kind of your business. You know what I mean? You're still one of the citizens.
I just worry about taking care of my job and trying to stay on everyone. Sometimes you're better off not knowing.
I thought that there for a little bit. I'm glad I know some of the stuff I know now. Oh. Real estate exemptions, auditor's office, payroll.
Bobby's actually in the commissioner's office, which is on the other end.
Yeah, which is upstairs. Yeah, that's why I said I've been up there 4 or 5 different times already. That's why I said I'm tired of walking down them stairs. Is there a water fountain up here anywhere?
No.
The one downstairs don't work.
None of them work. I think they had to turn them all off because of COVID.
Are they still using that book?
I don't know.
Wow. I can't believe people are still using that excuse. All right, I gotta have a seat. Oh, shit.
And I come back up here to put the homestead on, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're all right. The police officer assaulted me. I'm trying to get the video. Or excuse me, the deputy. So apparently we got no water in the building because of COVID still. Yeah. People are still using that excuse. Full-time pay, half-time hours.
Oh.
Well, the auditor did say 4.
Hey.
I was just asking about you.
Well, I know, they brought me notes, said you needed to talk to me, I'm in a meeting. But go ahead.
They said they brought you over a video. This morning before I had court, I was standing at the corner of the building and I was recording, how I always do when I come to court. And I was just standing out there recording. I wasn't talking to nobody. I was waiting for my attorney to show up. It was still almost dark. I mean, just quite light. A deputy who was driving the white, one of the white sheriff vans, gets out of his, or walks over. There's in front of the parking out here on
Race Street?
in between the two courthouses here,
Race
where we sit in the parking lot when you and me talk. On the the second to, or actually she's on the end next to the park, the handicap, that blue Charger.
So right down here?
Yeah, well, she was, the woman was standing behind the car, and there was a guy standing as I was coming up to come to court. I heard somebody say good morning, and obviously, you know me, I'm not gonna, I don't speak to cops unless I have to. He turned around and said good morning, and I just kind of aimed the camera. I was like, and kept walking. I never said a word to none of them. I walked to the corner of the building. About 2 seconds later, I panned towards the back of the building, towards the thing talking about where I have to go to court here shortly, waiting on the attorney. And then I came back through, and then I was still standing right there at the corner of the building, maybe the corner, right up underneath that big camera right there. That cop gets his keys from his car directly, instead of taking and walking around me, he should have. He walked right through me and went and bumped me right out of the way. And did
So I haven't received any video.
Yeah, they sent a video for you guys earlier for me. I was in court. I was waiting for
Who did?
They downloaded it and said they sent it over here to the sheriff's from the videos over there at the courthouse.
I wonder if it was emailed to me. I've not been here.
I don't know if it had been emailed or not. They just said they sent it to you. So.
Okay.
And then, so I wanted to see if I could get you to, email it to me or a copy. Or...
Well, can you write down your number on there, Rick? Because I know I have it somewhere, but it's one of those things.
All right.
Now, I'm out the rest of...
Let me mute just a second.
this with me, and then I can call you.
All right. I appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Whichever one of you ladies took that back here, thank you very much. You're welcome. All right. Hey, Bobby, be careful on your way home.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you soon. Oh, damn, I gotta wait for that elevator. Okay, well, hopefully my video will completely, fully upload. Looks like somebody else is doing some auditing. Are they up here doing TikToks? Oh shit, I want to go down. I hit the up button. We in the metal box. Really? swear I didn't recognize that floor coming out of there. Oh. My phone's gonna end up dying for too long. I'm gonna have to let this end here in a minute. Anyway, quick recap. This blue car here this morning, a deputy was standing behind it with the trunk open and a female standing here. It's this fucking car right here. There was a sheriff's deputy van that it transports prisoners and shit like that. I walked past that vehicle just like I did just now. They said hello to me, or said good morning. I did one of these numbers. I come back. I stood fucking right here where I'm at. This motherfucker was parked right here. I showed this camera. He gets out of his fucking thing over here and decides to lock it up and decides to come over here and chest bump me out of his fucking way. And you see how wide the fucking sidewalk here is where I'm standing. Had plenty of opportunity to walk around, especially at 7 o'clock in the fucking morning. There ain't nobody here. And then completely lost his fucking mind if he thinks that he's getting away with this shit. Is it that time where everybody's leaving? All right. Okay, well, since they're getting ready to leave, we'll plug up a little juice and we're gonna wait for fucking Cocksmooch to come out so we can confront her about her fucking boyfriend or husband or whoever the fuck he is for touching me unlawfully. Tell her, if it's your old man, you can tell him when you get home that his qualified fucking muni's straight out the fucking window. Straight up. Deliberately assault me under a fucking camera. I mean, need to put the fucking giraffe pussy down because somebody's high as fuck. Hello again. See, I'll get all the faces straight sooner or later. Hell, as much as I've been threatened to be up here, I'm surprised I don't know all of them. Some of these women, you notice how they're smiling and shit at me now when they see me and they're laughing. And then this lady here, look, she's shaking her head. That's one of the ladies that was in my court today when my shit got dismissed. But anyway, a lot of these ladies usually give me dirty looks when I'm up here, you know, or will refuse to speak to me. And it's because the first time they threatened me with arrest to be here for a court, after court, I came out here and I recorded until closing. And as they were all leaving, I was like, look, I said, the cockroaches are scurrying on their way home. They were all getting pissed off. Why you keep calling us cockroaches? I said, because you're a bunch of fucking dirty cockroaches. You know? I said, you're a bunch of fucking oath-breaking motherfuckers. You know, she's like, I haven't fucking violated my oaths. I said, the fuck you haven't. That's sharp. But yeah, I was calling them cockroaches and all kinds of shit. Look at him scurry. I said, someone let off a bomb. One woman like, we ain't cockroaches. Then why you keep doing that? Why you always talking shit about us? I said, because I'm not the one up here stealing my money. Laughing at motherfuckers. One of the ladies came down while I was down there in here before I walked over to talk to Bobby. When I went in here in the video, I walked back inside the courtroom or the front part to talk to the sheriff real quick to see if they got that video over there yet, if they sent it over to her. And they said they downloaded it and sent it to her, so I'm assuming they sent it by probably email. That's probably what they did. But anyway, I walk up inside there, and these people are like looking at me all crazy and shit. And I come back out, and I'm trying to, like I said, I just want the video. That's it. It was my whole purpose of basically going over in there. And but the one, they're like, I don't know why you're standing out there recording still. And I'm like, well, how would you like to be standing out here and have a fucking police officer when you're waiting for your attorney right here on the corner, even though you're recording, you're not saying nothing to nobody except for whoever you're talking to online at the time, you know? And then you got some Nazi motherfucker that decides, well, you know, he's right in the corner right here. And like I said, you can see how wide the fucking sidewalks are. I mean, look where I'm standing. I mean, these are some fucking, how wide these are. So you got to clear straight, just run right into me. I mean, he's straight, right in the middle of my chest, just straight bumped the fuck out of me. I don't give a fuck. I mean, qualified immunity, man, fucking straight out the fucking window with this cocksucker. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna take him for his shit. Fuck him. I swore up now, man. I'm not, you know, they don't get the concept of, I've told them 100 times already, if they didn't drop these initial cases, I was gonna sue. They decided to bring this shit to trial. Not my fault the shit got fucking thrown out. So now you know where I'm going. And then, but on top of it, beforehand though, you got another motherfucker escalating bullshit right here under a camera. Hey, real quick, when you guys sent that, did you guys send that on a CD or through the email?
I don't know what they can do. That'll be up to them and their IT guy. I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right. Have a good night. You know, the way he just said that, it'd be up to the IT guy. Hold it. You told me you already sent her the video. So did you send the fucking video and you just lied to me? And said now it'd be up to the IT guy? I hope not. I mean, especially since I done apologized to your ass for getting shitty last time because I thought maybe you didn't deserve it. And if I can find out you actually deserve that shit, you think I cussed you the first time, you thought that was bad. I got a whole list of shit I can say to you. I got some shit that'll fucking make your fucking dead grandparents fucking turn over. Like, what the fuck? He said that? Because like I said, I don't give a fuck. You know this twat's got to come out. Oh, I accidentally muted it. I actually blocked my very first person ever on YouTube today. I usually don't block people, but I'll be honest, I was gonna just keep cussing this fucking dude out, and it ain't worth the negativity. Ain't worth the fucking peace of mind calling him a regurgitated cum bubble over and over. I thought that said Villies, but it said Willies. I know this prosecutor's probably pissed off. They threw out the one case and thought for sure I was gonna fucking plead or do something over here on this other one, and then realized, nope, I even took the stand. The whole time I'm sitting there, I'm trying not to look at anybody. I'm sitting there in the box there. And the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm just looking straight at my attorney. I didn't look nowhere else. I just looked at him the whole time because I knew if I looked anywhere else, if someone would have looked at me funny, anything, I would have probably come unglued. Like when the judge, they asked, my attorney asked me a question. I was trying to answer it. The judge fucking butts in and cuts me off in the middle of trying to answer it. To me, that's rude as fuck. Which I've been known to do that to people, but it's not meaning to, but it happens. But this motherfucker in a government setting like that should be trying to cut nobody off. This woman should have already been up out of here. Look, all the employees have left pretty much. Some of those ones down there on the very end are basically down there for the health department, I'm pretty sure. Unless they showed up late. Said breaking news, I don't care. It's one of my YouTube channels. They wanted to postpone the battery charge because the people didn't show up and thought that I was going to sit back and go, sure, I'll come back again under threats of arrest. No, I don't think so. Fucking all these fucking college degrees up in here. Ain't worth the fucking toilet paper you wipe your ass with. They fucking definitely do not understand the law, but they'll fucking enforce that shit anyway. Maybe she knows I'm standing out here and she can see me over here and she's scared to come out. But she's got to come out and fucking come home or go home sooner or later. I think they, honestly, the way they were whispering. When I come walking through there, like I said this morning, I turned around and he said hello. I glanced over and I seen the gun and the badge. And I don't talk to cops, especially at that fucking early in the morning. I definitely, no thank you, trying to quit. So I walk, like I said, here to the corner, and then all of a sudden, chest bump me. And she's standing there watching it. But before he walked over here, they were sitting over there at that trunk whispering. And I guarantee they either conspired that shit together, But that whole little attitude shit that he did right there, that was completely 100% uncalled for. I didn't provoke him. I didn't talk to him. I didn't say shit to him. I did tell the people that was on the video that I was watching as he started to, just walk away from that trunk. I was like, ooh, I said, the other white meat, but he didn't hear it. Wasn't loud enough for him to hear. It was only meant for you guys. He just didn't want me fucking recording. He thought he was going to intimidate me into moving. Move, excuse me. Fuck you. You don't walk into somebody and tell them to get out of your way. Bumped your fucking head. I mean, are they giving out giraffe pussy at these training seminars for these fuckers or what? I mean, because a bunch of them are running around here high as fuck thinking they can get away with all this shit. Hear that train? That's something else. We never even brought up into the court, and I was going to. I wrote down train, and my attorney kind of looked at me kind of funny, but you hear how loud that train is? That train is quarter mile, a little further away, maybe a mile from where I'm at right here. Or at least where it's crossing to where I've got to walk around up there too. So you hear how loud that horn is, right? That horn, clear across town where I live, you can hear that fucking horn. And just as loud. But apparently, in the middle of the night, telling somebody about this tone of voice going, you want to inform her I have rights and don't give her my name is disorderly conduct. That's yelling like you would be yelling at you if you were at a ball game. That's exactly what this motherfucker said in court. He was yelling like he was at a ball game. I'm like, Mama, do you realize you admitted your body camera recorded the whole incident? They're not going to like when I post these fucking videos. I've seen the videos from these police officers' body cam. I don't have them yet, but I've seen them. They literally, the police officers went in the house, solicited a trespass, went in, gave up my Fourth Amendment by telling this bitch who I am. The paramedics here in the town, seen me recording on the corner of the street, the fucking next block over, recording, and then fucking points me out to the woman, someone who's already in distress because she got a family member going into an ambulance that I wasn't recording. I was recording the fire truck, the paramedic vehicle, and even the ambulance I recorded, but I didn't record anybody going in, anybody coming out of the house, nobody going in or out of the ambulance. Which, go look at my video. There's a couple of them. She straight up admitted in court today that she walked up to me first. That she instigated it, So I don't care how the judge looks at it. He's like, I don't know if I can consider you a First Amendment auditor or a news outlet of any kind. You know, motherfucker. What gets me is that these fuckers are so dumb that they really think that you have to have fucking multi-million dollars or whatever, you know, to be the press. You know, that I have to work for one of fucking 10 families that own everything in the fucking world to be able to tell somebody a story. You fucking people. Here, you know, I've been talking about truths, stuff that I've done in my life. Here's something. In the 80s, we went to Washington, D.C. You know where they hold Congress and all that, where they old fucking wrinkled face fucking Pelosi and all them, you know, where they stand up with a speaker and all that headless hat shit is. We've rolled weed at that desk, literally at that desk. Kicked back, feet up on the desk, looking up at the ceiling and smoking weed in that motherfucker. Right there. I shit you not, hand to God, it happened. How many people can say they've done that shit? So I said, these motherfuckers think I'm fucking, you know, like I'm bullshitting, you know, that I won't fucking tell something on myself. I mean, I've done some stupid shit in my life. I thought for sure we were all going to jail on that one, to be honest, though. You know, this was before all these cell phones, and they had this front of the Capitol building was blocked off, so you had to go walk around the right side of the Capitol to go around the back, and it was a damn hell of a walk if you've ever been there. And I mean, it was a fucking walk. I had a double-edged knife that was in my belt that I'd forgot about because it was part of the belt buckle. I mean, it comes off, you know, and turned into a knuckle blade, which are really illegal. I had that on me, had 1.5 ounces of weed on me. I had a fucking bag of, you know, I had pipes, scales, papers, the whole 9 yards. Had it all on me, you know. And my buddy, same thing. We got around to the back, and there's this sign that basically talk about any weapons whatsoever. We, you know, basically throw away the key on you, lock you up, throw away the key. This motherfucker yells out, "He got a knife," and starts fucking pointing. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Fucking Secret Service came over and shit, and he was talking to us, and he was like, "Let me see the knife." I showed it to him, and he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, it's not a problem." He said, "Just keep it," he said, "in your belt," and he said, "We'll be fine." I said, "Oh, believe me, I had no intentions of pulling out." I said, "To be honest," I said, "I forgot about it." I said, "I can take it back to the car," and he said, "No, that's too far of a walk." He said, "Just don't pull it out." So in about from here to maybe those benches there, that's how far we were away before we got to the conveyor where they were scanning everything before you went in. And back in the day, we had those leather fanny packs because we were riding BMXs around, so we wanted to make sure we had all our stuff on us. So I had my cigarettes, like I said, I had all my shit in my fan pack. He had his on. We set our bags down, wasn't thinking about the weed and shit in our bags. All of a sudden, they go underneath the scanner, and all of a sudden, we both turn around and look at each other like, fuck, we're screwed. The woman literally looks down at the counter at her screen, looked up at us, looked back down at the screen, looked back at us again, looked back down at that screen, looked back at us with a big old smile, handed us our bags, smiled from ear to ear, and she said, "You two have you a great day." I was like, oh shit. I'm like, we're gonna get inside, they're gonna arrest us. And then we're walking through this fucking tour, and fucking Chris disappears. I turn around and I see this fucking finger coming out of fucking nowhere going. That's all I seen. And I was like, what the fuck? So basically, it's like this little corner here, so that's the doorway. I see this fucking finger going. I look over and I fucking walk up, and he's going, "Come on." And I'm going, "Dude, you know, there's a fucking red velvet rope, basically. It's you know, restricted." Next thing you know, we're at Pelosi's, what I call Pelosi's desk. We're the Speaker of the House. He sat down on the middle of the desk, kicked his feet up. We started looking at the ceiling. He took that fucking fanny pack off, dropped that motherfucker on that desk, proceeded to roll fucking weed right then and there. I was like, fuck, we're going to jail. I mean, instantly. Because this was some stanky weed back in the day, too. I'm talking that type of weed that you start smoking it, people start looking for skunks. It was literally, I mean, it was some really good shit back in the day. I'm telling you, these motherfuckers, he lit that shit up. And I'm going, fuck, we're going to jail. Yeah, I didn't really think he was going to light it. I thought he was just going to roll it and we was going to smoke it when we got outside. That motherfucker lit it right then and there. And I was like, no fucking way, seriously? And I was like, at this point, fuck it, we're already here. I sat down right beside him at the desk, and I'm like, well, I guess if we're going to jail, or at least we're going high. And then later that day, we're leaving. And like I said, we're originally, I'm originally from Ohio. He's originally from here. I grew up in Detroit. One of my cousins stole a car out of Georgia. The Kent State Highway Patrol. This is how we got to Washington, by the way, this part I'm telling you. My cousin, he's actually in prison for the rest of his life for some of the stuff that he was doing, but this last deal was the kicker for him. He stole a car from a guy who was already in prison for life. Well, the guy found out that his car was gone, but he could still, obviously report it because it's his. He reported it stolen. Well, anyway, they found the car in Kent State, Ohio. He stole the car from somewhere in Georgia. From the guy. Brought it all the way to Kent State, Ohio, to my cousin's house. They arrested him there a while later and told my other cousin, his sister, that they would come back and get the vehicle. And then about a year and a half, years later, the vehicle's still sitting there. She called me up one day. And she's like, you want a car? I was like, what kind of car you got? She goes, it's a 74 Dodge Volare, 4-door. And I said, what's wrong with it? She said, come out and see me. She goes, if you want it, she goes, I'll let you have it. And I said, what do you mean let me have it? She goes, you can have it for free. And I was like, what? She goes, I just want it gone. She goes, it's been here for all this time. She said, come out and talk to me. So I got and talked to her, and she tells me what my cousin Jerry did. And he stole the car, like I said. So the police never came for it. When she called them, they were telling her basically just call a tow yard or whatever. The guy's in prison. They're not going to do anything with the car, do whatever she wanted to with the car. She could scrap it, whatever. They relinquished it, basically. Well, keep in mind, technically the car is still stolen. She gave me the car. I have an Ohio license at the time. Chris has an Indiana license. The car stolen from Georgia. I put my Tennessee tags on it from a 79 Trans Am T-top. We went to Washington, D.C., literally got pulled over by a United States police officer for running red lights that we didn't know we were running. Chris, when he sees the lights in the back of the car, and I know we've got all this, we had literally over a pound and a half of weed in the car between us. We had 2 pedal bikes hanging out the back. Where my cousin had broke out the steering column so he could start the car, we had bandanas. We made it, like an old hippie vehicle. You couldn't see anything that was tore up, not unless you would have started moving bandanas and shit around, but we had the whole steering column all decked out in bandanas and just different shit. Chris looks at me and I'm like, what are you going to tell this cop? Because I mean, like I said, we got the dogs in the back, we got, our cigarettes, all that shit, our clothes are in the back seat of this fucking thing, and we're just out fucking around, what I mean? We got a cooler full of fucking beer in the trunk with the bikes. He goes, I'm gonna cuss him. He was like, I'm gonna cuss him. I said, no, you're not serious, man. I said, what are you gonna tell this cop? He goes, I'm gonna cuss him. He goes, when he comes up to the window, he goes, I'm gonna cuss him the fuck out. I was like, dude, seriously. I said, you're not gonna cuss this motherfucker out. I said, we got too much weed, the car stolen, I said, we will go to jail for sure. This motherfucker comes up to the car, he gets the window this fucking far down, no shit, hand to God, and proceeded to cuss that fucking cop out. I was like, oh my God, I'm gone. We're going to jail. I put my head down in my fucking chest. I was like, oh fuck, I didn't know what to do. I leaned my head back on the headrest. I look over out of the corner of my eye, and the cop's going, calm down, sir, calm down. He said, where you're from? He said, the red lights are here. He goes, ours are here and here. Drive safe. Have a nice day. I was like, what the fuck just happened? I've never in my life, like I said, and then an hour later, we're smoking weed in the Capitol building. So there, McCord and the rest of you motherfuckers, told you, if I do something, I know I did it, I'll tell you. Definitely statute of limitations has definitely run out on that. I'm no longer a child. So if you ever hear about Bad cop got arrested and they fucking extradited his ass all the way to Washington. Well, no, it was for this story I just told. Some funny shit though, but it's all true. We've done some shit. I was still living in Ohio, and Chris and his wife lived here still, right here in Newcastle, about 2 blocks up the road here, was living here. He told her he was going to the store. He'd be back in about 2-3 hours, that he had a bunch of shopping or whatever he was going to do. Well, 3 hours away was my house. So he drove from here all the way to basically Kent State, area, Akron, Ohio, that area. Drove all the way down there, gets me, comes upstairs, and I see him. I was like, so what'd you get in town? He was like, just now. And I was like, well, I said, I'm on my way out to the store. He's like, come on. He goes, I'll run you to the store. We get in the fucking car. Well, before we get in the car, my ex-wife at the time, she told me, she says she needed me since we were going to the store. She said, pick up some bread, some milk, and a pack of cigarettes. All right. We go outside, get in the fucking car. We go down. We got the milk. We got the cigarettes. We got the bread. I think we got a couple other things while we was at it. We got a case of beer. We get back in the car. Well, instead of making a right to go back to the house, this motherfucker hangs a left. I'm like, where are we going? He said, oh, we're just going to hit a couple back roads. He said, smoke a couple. I was like, all right, what the fuck? Why not? Next thing you know, those back roads turned into fucking Boston for fucking beans. A week later, we show up home. My ex-wife and her mother were freaking the fuck out. Where have you been? Last time you went to the store, you were supposed to go get bread, milk, and cigarettes. Chris reaches from behind his back, pulls the bag out from around him, and says, we didn't forget the bread and milk and the cigarettes, and then set down fresh bread, fucking milk, and cigarettes. I mean, we brought back what we were supposed to, but it was a week later, after we went to Boston for baked beans. We've done some stupid shit. I'll be honest, I'm surprised I'm not in a prison cell. Some of this shit I've done. Hell, when I was 13 years old, I was running around in Canada on my own, by myself, going across the Ambassador Bridge. I took a skateboard. It said PC Tall Tap, Town Dog on the bottom of it. It was a California board back in the day when skateboards were getting real popular. It's one of the real wide boards with the wide tires that you can basically roll over some of these rocks out here. And I rode that son of a bitch everywhere. I rode that fucker from the edge of Dearborn, Michigan, all the way up to the Ambassador Bridge. Halfway across the Ambassador Bridge, there used to be this little booth right there for a guard. And I got to the booth and he asked me, he goes, where are you from? And I said, back there. And he said, you got a birth certificate? And I said, yeah. I said, at home. And he said, well, you need it. He said, where you can cross. And I said, so I can't go across, I said, over here? I said, into Canada? And he said, no. He said, you need your birth certificate. So I went home and gave my mother some excuse that I needed my birth certificate. And this is the same day, mind you. I rode all the way back from the Ambassador Bridge, all the way back to Dearborn and Renville Street, which you can look it up in Detroit. It's right off Michigan Avenue and Renville to the Ambassador Bridge into Canada. So you can see how far that is on for a skateboard. But anyway, I got home. She gave me the birth certificate. I rode back to fucking the Ambassador Bridge, handed in my birth certificate. He took it and did something with it with the scanner or whatever they had over there. Turned around, handed it back to me, and told me have a good day. And then turned around and I was over in Canada at 13 years old, riding around on a skateboard by myself. Try that shit today. Yeah, all kinds of armed motherfuckers. They won't let you leave the country that easy no more. Like I said, I've done some really wild shit. Rode a BMX bicycle from Ravenna, Ohio to Detroit, Michigan and back 3 times. To Summersville, West Virginia and back. Hell, I rode the same bike all the way to Valdez, North Carolina from Ravenna. And if I'd have known about fucking, like Guinness World Record type shit at the time, fuck. I used to do all kinds of crazy shit. A lot of that stuff actually happened right after I turned 13. I got some bad news, basically, was what it was. About some family shit, and And at that point, I was like, my whole world was kind of a lie. I was like, I said, this house gonna be. So I took off, did stupid shit. I'm telling you, this hooker ain't trying to come out, is she? Said, here, hooker, 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 hooker. Come on, we just want to know for sure if that's your boyfriend, if that's your husband, if it's your brother. They had guns pulled. Silence boy. You know, I like a lot of his videos, man, but I can't stand in front of a restaurant all day long and film somebody eating. I'd get pissed off too, to be honest. I mean, but don't get me wrong. I mean, First Amendment, obviously. I mean, he can do it, but it's just not my cup of tea. But I do like watching some of them because he is funny as fuck sometimes. Laugh Society. Constitution Street, I think it says. Dank Willie. That's motorcycle shit. Yeah, I'm sitting out here, got a bunch of new friend requests. Woo-hoo. Good Citizen Media. Somebody go over and give him a fucking like, share, comment, and tell him I definitely said hello. Get your ass back to work. He made me a video for my YouTube channel, a song. Let me see if I can pull it up. Listen to this song. Good Citizen Media, YouTube and Facebook, obviously. He made this video for me, for a song video. Listen. Up.
Justice they take, but where's the people's voice in this land of freedom? Are we really given any choice? The largest prison system on earth in this modern age curse. But we won't give in, we'll break this chain. Shatter the words. Hands up, don't shoot, we won't stay silent any longer. Fight for our rights, let's get a little stronger.
I've seen Peter Cheek pop up.
Control us forever. Together we rise, united we endeavor. Where's the people's voice in this land of freedom? Are we really given any choice? The largest prison system on earth in this modern age.
Thank you again. Like I said, shout out to Good Citizen Media for making me that intro video for my channel. All right, now let me go back and see what that comment just said over here. I seen a comment pop up. That's that Peter Cheeks, right? They threw out the other case. The judge wants to look up a couple other before he makes his final determination on the disorderly conduct with noise, aka contempt of cop. He wants to look at some more case law, and I'm like, I don't know, Glip versus Knip right off the rip. I mean, come on, right? It's common fucking sense. I can say what the fuck I want to him. I even looked at the prosecutor and shit. I'm like, you realize, I mean, I said New York versus Sullivan, man. I was like, say what the fuck I want to you people. I said, there ain't shit you can do about it. As long as I'm not threatening you, you don't like it, what I'm saying to you, go fucking flip burgers. Go to Russia, China, go somewhere where you don't have these freedoms. But, you ain't taking mine away. Fuck all that. I was making a comment earlier about this judge up in here talking about, you want to threaten me with contempt of court for not wanting to give you my middle name, which I'm not legally required to do, but don't have the nerve or the balls to even ask me what VC stands for in front of my name. It really fucked me up. I'll be honest, what really fucked me up is that when my attorney straight up told him that what I was doing is a First Amendment protected activity, under freedom of press, in the First Amendment, and he was like, well, just because he's on YouTube and Facebook doesn't make him an auditor, or a journalist. What the fuck? But then again, what do you expect? He used to be I guess what, probate? Let me look at it real fast. Let me spin you around so I can. Let me see. Circuit Court 3, Judge McCord, Henry County, Indiana. David L. McCord, Judge. All right, see the news about this motherfucker. It's this guy here on the top. Right there. He was laughing in there in the courtroom when my attorney told him that it's considered First Amendment and it falls under press. He literally started laughing. And I think even, if I remember correctly, the comment he made was, I don't think so. So he's already trying, it was already trying to make an informed opinion before he's even heard the rest of the facts. And not realizing that, and the beauty part about this is, I didn't have to show not one of my videos. I didn't have to show any other proof other than what I told him. The woman, when she came in, her and her sister both told them straight off the bat. They approached me. I didn't approach them. The paramedics pointed me out to them. The police officers solicited the trespass. They gave up my Fourth Amendment and told them who I was, all for doing a constitutionally protected activity. I'm the one that got my rights violated. I'm the one that was threatened with arrest multiple times for being here. Or for, if I don't show up here. It says Courier Times, which Courier Times is really not here anymore, which is our newspaper, or was. It says McCord seeking re-election. That bald-headed chicken motherfucker. He don't think that your press It says David L. McCord has announced his Republican candidacy for re-election as judge of Henry County Circuit Court number 3. Fucking ads pop up on a government website. Yeah, that's just fucking beautiful, ain't it? Okay, Circuit Court 3 appointed to the bench by Governor Eric Holcomb effective June 5th, 2017. Why the fuck? Look at this. This is a government fucking website I'm looking at for this motherfucker, and ads are popping up blocking so I can't read it. Welcome to America. Well, I heard that car door. I thought it was right directly behind me from that car. I was like, did this bitch just fucking sneak out on me? Okay, I just screenshotted that real fast because it keeps fucking with me so I can read it. Where the hell did this go? Okay, let me find the other one there. Circuit Court 3, that's where we're at. It says, note, cell phones are not permitted in the Henry County Justice Center, which is a First Amendment violation because this is a public building. The courtrooms are the only room you got fucking jurisdiction in, motherfucker. What part of that do you not grasp? Oh, I'm sorry. The same idea is that he don't believe that you're allowed to record ever. He thinks it's not your right. David L. McCord says 93. I know he's not 93. There's just the 93 there. It says has been appointed judge in Henry County Circuit Court 3. He has served as Henry County Deputy Prosecutor since 2014, as a Chief Deputy Prosecutor since 2014. The announcement was made by Governor Eric Holcomb. Prior to joining the prosecutor's office, Holcomb was in private practice for 15 years, handling matters involving landlord, tenant, family, real estate, municipal estate planning, and personal injury. You know, you understand why he don't understand the fucking First Amendment or none of my laws, or none of our laws? This is what I'm dealing with. You know, don't understand the law, but will enforce them anyway. Every fucking sheriff in this building, no joke, every sheriff that works in this building has told me they have to honor the policy and not the law. No. You're fucking law enforcement. You're not policy enforcement. You're not code enforcement. You know, you're not statute enforcement. You're law enforcement. That's it. Constitutional lawyers or police officers. That is it. Plain, simple, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The fuck time is it, man? This bitch is literally not going to come out, is she? It's like 4:49. How can you, you know, I mean, I get it. 2024, you know, prices are sky high on everything. You gotta eat, you know, but you gotta have some fucking integrity there, you know? These people, you know, People don't realize, man, you walk in one of these buildings and they're making you empty your pockets, taking your shit out your purses, scanning your shit. You know, those are Fourth Amendment violations all day long, every day. You have a right to be secure in your persons, your effects, all of it. If I don't want you to see the ID in my pocket, I don't want you to see it. You know? And literally, I mean, little plastic star badge, little toy. I'm gonna start going around, start passing these motherfuckers out. Got a bunch of babies working here. Some of the real hardcore motherfuckers who don't seem to get it. We've got some A&D ointment and a couple numbers for a couple good proctologists. So they can rub that shit in and go fucking give them a call and talk about the hole that hurts the most. I'm wondering, I bet this bitch got a ride. Scared I'm gonna confront him about her little boyfriend fucking bump checking me like that. Literally had that fucking cop literally fucking straight fucking walk right through the middle of me and chest bump me. I'm still in amaze. I'm really, I've had some people do some shit, man, but you know, to blatantly just, I dare any one of you guys walk directly up to a cop, walk straight, right dead in front of them, look them right dead in the eye and go, excuse me, while you're fucking chest bumping them out of the fucking way, and see if your ass don't end up in some fucking handcuffs, some torture, or you know, or how Chili says it, some old torture cuffs, which is definitely true. They're definitely torture cuffs. My mother's hurt. I ain't gonna lie. But, you know, they'll definitely throw you in the fucking torture cuffs. If not, fucking spray the fuck out of you, tase you, beat you. You know, you'd be lucky if they don't fucking shoot you or kill you. Jump on one of these gang members. They keep going, we're not gang members. No, why are you all wearing the same fucking uniform? I mean, looks like a gang to me. I mean, I grew up in Detroit. I remember Young Boys Incorporated and you know, and groups like that. I remember the Crips and the Bloods and different shit like that running around. They all wore the same fucking colors. You know, just another thing. The only difference is that people are paying you to fucking be violent to them, which is fucking me up. You know, you look at Eternal Affairs, you start reading their shit, what they do. Oh, we investigate police wrongdoings and all that happy shit, but we just determine ourselves. We police ourselves, and what the fuck? Is there another job out there where they can police themselves? I mean, if there is, hell, somebody put it in the comments or something. Let me know. I really don't know. I mean, but I know that police are literally one of the only ones that literally have the right to police themselves. You know, that shit should all be done from a separate outside agency that's got nothing to do with the police. It should be literally a whole complete different agency, whether it's lawyers, whatever, you know what I mean? Somebody that knows straight up the Constitution, not all these millions and millions of pieces of fucking paper they're all fucking writing on about changing your fucking hair color and, you know, turning men into fucking women and fucking kids into fucking troglodytes and what the fuck, this world. I'm telling you, man, I seriously, I just needed to stop. Let me off. This bitch has got to come out. Said, biatch. Say, come out and play. Yeah. Said, nope, not today. There's another one on our channels. I'm getting all kinds of notifications, and I'm going to try to get on here and actually start doing better on these. Today's kind of a little bit of a rant deal on some of these videos back and forth, you know, but I'm tired though too. I haven't had any sleep. When I get real tired like that, I'll start repeating some of the same shit sometimes, which I don't mean to. What's this? You late for court? You got a warrant for your arrest. I think this is one of the night dispatch coming in for third shift. Well, no, after, yeah, it'd be what, yeah, going, yeah, getting ready, no. Seven to 4, yeah, it'd be second shift for these guys, for the dispatch. Look. Waits to the very last second. Look, it's got government plates on it. Last second, gets to the stop sign. Rolls through the fucking stop sign. Yeah, I think that was another dispatcher, so getting ready to replace this one, so that means it should be getting ready to come out here. Hello. So we'll go over here and sit next to the car again for a few minutes. Because when this twat comes out, I'm gonna straight up, I wanna know, is it your boyfriend? Is it your husband? Is it your brother? So really, we'll just shorten it down. Husband and wife, police officer, get a divorce. They still brother and sister? Come out and play, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what? That's my thumbnail. Thanks, bitch. Snap. Yeah. Let me get a little bit better there. Make sure I get the whole front end. It's kind of a good view of the car. There we go. So sweet. Flag. A lie, or one of the biggest lies they've ever told us. Put a 1 in the comment if you think the original flag for the United States is red, white, and blue. Put a 2 if you think it's red, white, and blue with a gold fringe. Put a 3 in there if you think it's red, white, and black. Most people don't even know. Because I'll be honest, I didn't. I'm 57. I didn't know it until I was like 50, 51. Because the schools I went to, they didn't teach us that shit. They wanted to teach me bullshit that they thought that I would use. Not one time have I ever worried about how many fucking apples fucking Susie had after she gave fucking Tommy 2. You know what I mean? Not one time. You know? Yes, I can count, but it's the same point. I don't give a fuck about them apples. It's like Common Core math these days. What the fuck is up with that? Someone was definitely smoking some serious fucking drugs on that deal. There's a car that went by here the last time I was here for court, and the guy rolled up and he was filming me. And I turned around and I glanced over and I seen him filming me doing the, you know, the cam. I didn't think too much of it at first. I started to wave and he gave me this dirty fucking look and said something. So I fucking flipped him off. I was like, fuck, here's something you need to look at then. And he yelled something out his window. And I remember the vehicle, I just don't remember the name of it, but I've not seen it since. But I know he works here because it had a government tag on it. And he was bent the fuck that I was standing out here recording those cops at night. Oh. It's not a bad looking car. Looks like she's already starting to get a little bit of rust back there towards the back part of the door handle there, and then just inside of the fender well. I don't know if you can see it or not, but from here it looks like a little bit of rust. She's definitely missing a couple of the clips that hold the inner fender well in. She backed up and hit something hard. And right up underneath that camera, the fucking cop literally chest bumps me after walking from the back of this vehicle across to his van and then straight back that way, and then went in and over here, refusing to give any kind of identification. I've been sitting here now since then. I think, now keep this in mind, since 7, actually I left the house, my very first video started at what, 5:30, I think, maybe a little bit before that, maybe a little after. But anyway, that's how long I've been live on and off, other than when I was in court. I have been waiting since 7:30 roughly, maybe a little after, maybe a little before, obviously, again, because I wasn't paying attention at the time, because where the pork chop decided to chest bump me and show his dominance. Showed his fucking IQ is all he did. But anyway, I told them I need a sheriff to come. I need somebody to come to make this report. They told me, oh, we got somebody coming. And then I ran into a dispatch guy. I asked him if he would call 911, or not 911, but the, you know, over there to get someone to send an officer out here, or a deputy, somebody I can talk to. Keep in mind, 7:30 this morning. It's 5:04 right now. They said after the court, they're sending, or just before court, they said there's somebody coming from the State Highway Patrol to take a report for me. That the sheriffs don't want to take my reports no more because I record them. Don't want to be recorded. We don't want to be recorded. Like that camera sitting over there, I don't want to be recorded. I didn't give you fucking permission. You know? So the sheriff or the stadies were supposed to show up. There again, see, and this is the type of bullshit that I deal with. None of them have showed. Not one of them. And then when I seen the one stady sitting here getting ready to go through the light, when I whistled at him a little while ago, turned around and he kept going straight. They don't care. They don't give a fuck that another officer will lay his hands on us, on one of the people who are not breaking the law, and who are not committing any kind of crimes, violating no ordinances, no codes, no statutes, you know, just plainly existing in front of the building, waiting under threats of arrest to go into a building, you know, and talking to you guys. And then, so for talking to you guys and waiting, I deserve to be chest bumped. He better be glad I'm not fucking weak. I mean, he hit me hard. I mean, not hard, but I mean, he hit me hard enough to, it straight up moved me the fuck back out of the way. Boy, instantly, motherfucker. I was like, you got fucking jokes. I think the very first thing I said, like I said, when he touched me was unwanted touching. I said, assault. You know, like I said, because if it's, like I said, if it's us that does it, we're going to jail or the hospital. Yeah, honestly, it's the jail or the hospital. That would be the choices with these guys. On any police officer. If you was to chest bump one of them, you know, like how he did me, just straight walk right into me and do that to push me out of the way, knowing as wide as that damn sidewalk over there is. Look at that. I mean, those ain't skinny fucking sidewalks. You can see them from here. Those are nowhere fucking skinny. Plenty of fucking room to walk around, but no. I gotta show my IQ and walk through you. Every time I see that woman when she's here, she's picking up her family members and stuff. She's got those, I call them Janis Joplin, the sunglasses. They're round mirrored. I don't know what it is when I see women wearing those type of glasses, but I actually like those glasses. The one that they have for men that are like that, they're a little too big, round. I ain't never been able to find a decent pair with the ones that I actually need or would like to have. I started collecting glasses, you know, eyeglasses a long time ago. I probably got about 300 or 400 different pairs of eyeglasses and sunglasses and antique glasses. And maybe it's because I'm getting older and I need a pair. Hey, definitely need a good pair to see through the bullshit these motherfuckers are spitting at you. You ever heard of a public law library that's constantly locked up? That they don't allow you access to, but it clearly says public law library. And then one of the main attorneys here in town has the only key to the building, and he's only in there on Mondays, and he's supposed to be at what they call the help desk, to where if you have a question, that he'll answer the question, or he's supposed to, or to the best of his knowledge anyway, you know, as an attorney who's supposed to know these laws and the Constitution and everything, but yet he don't leave the door unlocked. They refuse to answer any questions. He gets shitty when you go in there and ask him a question. I was asking him one time, I said, what law books are these? I said, these don't look familiar. And he said, they're way out of date. And I said, excuse me? And he said, yeah. He said, all these law books up here, he said, are over 20 years outdated. So these are the laws this fucking building is running off of, I think. Unless they've all got a Black's Law book behind their desk, you know. But my attorney told me today, they're not running under common law here. They're running admiralty. It's not common law, so obviously it's admiralty. And fucks me up in its, what the hell? Said, move, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way. Here we go. Fucking Sproles ain't coming. So you know about Sproles and about that bullshit he's been doing, where he shot that motherfucker. Or I shouldn't call it the guy he shot a motherfucker, but where he shot that guy in the cell. for kicking on the door, for trying to get a guard's attention. Yeah, Sproles has trespassed me from this building a couple different times. I'm not allowed to go in the building because I have a camera, right? But I can go in the building without a camera. That makes sense, right? They're just a trip around here. I'm telling you, I think this woman's hiding from me. She said, this motherfucker gonna sit out there next to the car. You know what's gonna end up happening? Watch, we're gonna be sitting here and watch. I guarantee when they realize that I'm sitting here, they'll either bring officers out to walk her to the car, for her safety. Yeah. Don't worry, lady. I won't chest bump you like your buddy did me. I kind of got enough respect for people to not get in their personal space like that and be chest bumping motherfuckers I don't know. And I just got done reading the situational awareness report that these guys, that all the police officers in the country go by. Tells them what to look out for, shit like that. Your surroundings, your awareness, all that. What to do, what not to do. And that was a not to do. It's fucking me up. I've been honestly, the whole time I've been talking about this, every time I'm talking, my head's going and shaking back and forth. No, I'm like, I just been like, these guys are literally a trip. I knew I should have brought that other drink with me. I threw away a drink over there earlier. I'll be honest, I'm tempted to go back over and get it because it's got to have a drink in it. I did it before I went to court. Because I know ain't nobody fucking used that trash can ever. That one that's right here on this side. I think they set it there basically for people like us. Put your cell phones and shit like that, because they won't let you take them in. Which is, there again, more violations in a public building. I understand that the Justice Center, it's called the Justice Center, but at the same time, you've got the public law library, you got the public defender's office in there, you've got probation in there, you got the clerk of courts in there, chamber of commerce, the auditors, county auditors, all kinds of shit up in that building. All stuff that's open to the public. Got a sign on the door over there that you need to be 3.5 foot tall, flathead, no teeth to read. And no offense to the people that are 3.5 foot tall, flathead, no teeth. Buddy might be like, why are you talking about my girlfriend? Yeah, Sproles is definitely a fucking piece of work. This motherfucker told me I have to come back in a week to make an appointment to come back in a week to report my gun stolen that I've already reported fucking stolen that they don't do anything about. That the tools of mine that have been stolen, they don't do anything about. They know where all this shit's at. He's got 2 of his deputies that trade fucking guns back and forth with the guy. That's probably where my guns are. The fucking sheriff's probably got them. I don't know. And one of them I think is still running. And I'll be honest, at this point, I don't give 2 fucks about calling these names out. Carlo Moore is head of the animal control, or not head of the animal control, but I don't know if he runs the deal for farm animals. It's another division, obviously, of the animal control, I guess. But it's through the sheriff's department that deals with farm animals and livestock. I told him I've got videos for him. Oh, I'll contact you to get them. This is going on, what, 3, 4 months. Still not contacting me. The other one is Bill Palmer. He's running for coroner, which, if you know anything about the sheriff's departments, if the sheriff is not able to do his job or derelict in his duty of the job or whatever, you know, the coroner is the one who takes over. So basically he's running for junior sheriff, is the way I look at it. But it's really messed up, you know. These guys, like I said, the guy who stole my guns, you know, William Feaster and Jason Klaus, you know, decide you want to steal my guns, steal my tools, and do all the stupid shit you've been doing out there. Yeah, like I said, and I got no fucks by giving your name out either, you know, because it ain't like you whip my ass, take away my birthday, you know. Don't want to take these reports of this shit, but because he's got cop buddies and cops that are family, you know, you can misuse 911, call them and tell them that I don't live at a place that I have a lease for, that I've been at for the past 10 fucking years, taken care of. Why you fat lazy motherfuckers sit around on your ass and do nothing. Bitch about other people when you're the ones fucking, you're the ones that are doing all the ripping off. That's fucked up. Spread lies, get me thrown in a fucking jail cell over a fucking lie that was thrown out today, by the way. These people are definitely a trip. And don't get me wrong, everybody's like, well, you know, I'd be mad as fuck at that prosecutor having you arrested. No, you know, I already had the disorderly, you know, AKA the, you know, contempt of cop charge prior to the, you know, the other charge. She would have been derelict in her duties if she didn't fucking have me arrested. You know, my name came across her desk already and already got one pending case. I'd have arrested me too. I ain't mad at her for that one. I'm mad at her for the disorderly, because the bitch don't understand the difference between free speech and, you know, and filming. You can't turn it into a crime, no matter how much you try. And she's trying. Boy, are they trying. They trying like a motherfucker. I think it's funnier than fuck. I really do. I mean, I looked at my attorney today and he was like, you know, he goes, I watched that video all the way through. He goes, I'll be honest. He goes, there's some funny shit in there, what you were saying to them. He goes, but at the same time, he goes, what was that? This is bandit. This is a delusional Freeman type with a contempt charge, question mark. Say it ain't so. Okay, explain that. I mean, I don't want to read into it. I mean, just say what you actually got to fucking say, or don't say it. But anyway, I lost me where the fuck I was at. Brain fart, man. I'm running like on a couple hours sleep in a couple of days. No, you can't turn, like I said, you cannot turn a constitutionally protected activity, you know, when you're out filming in public. You cannot turn it into a crime. You can't turn my speech into a crime unless I threaten you. You know, that's what I was talking about the contempt charge. Their initial charges was suspicious person, contempt of, you know, like I said, I keep calling it contempt of cop, because let's be real, that's what it is, you know. He didn't like it that I have an opinion. He didn't like the fact that I pointed out that opinion that I have either, and voiced that opinion. Immediately, the second, all I said to that cop that night, I was recording, you know, an ambulance, a fire truck, a paramedic vehicle. The call came in and it said it was a fire. Turned out that there was no fire, that there was somebody, I guess, I found out today that the paramedics, I guess, had to rip a bathroom door off and then go in and get somebody out. But went through all that bullshit, and I turn around, like I said, recording. One of the paramedics spots me a block away and says, hey, there's a guy down there. She admitted in court. There's a guy down there, and it looks like he's recording. So number one, if I'm an ambulance worker, an ambulance driver, paramedic, fireman, whatever I am, the pharmacist that drives in, the paramedic vehicle, whatever I am, if I'm coming to your place and I see someone down the road recording, number one, I'm not going to tell you, because number one, number two, you're probably fucking already in distress, like she admitted she was, and I get it. She said so that night. I wasn't trying to record the people coming out of the house. Wasn't trying to record nobody going into the ambulance. My only issue was the fire truck at 3 o'clock in the morning, the paramedic vehicle, and the ambulance. Trying to figure it out because the call originally set a fire. So I get up there, and because of that, once the paramedic pointed me out, she admitted it in there. The paramedic, she says, one of the paramedics pointed me out, showed her to me, or showed me to her that I was about a block away. So she took it upon herself, that she admitted in court, I took it upon myself to walk out and confront him. No shit. So like I said, I didn't break any laws. I didn't violate any laws. I didn't violate any codes, any of that. No ordinances, no nothing. I didn't do anything I'm not allowed to do, not anything I'm not legally allowed to do, not anything I'm constitutionally protected allowed to do. I stayed within my boundaries until she decided to come over. And I do apologize for saying that, look, every state's got its leaky cunt, and we found ours. I was pissed. I didn't mean to call her a leaky cunt. And I do apologize for that. And she stated in court, or her sister did, that I was talking about her sister's pussy. That's how she said it in court. He said he was making derogatory comments about her pussy and I guess the size or something like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, I never once said that. My exact words was, every state has a leaky cunt, and we found ours. That's what I said. And they're like, well, I can't remember. This was over a year ago that this happened. Yeah, no shit, it was over a year ago. I remember. I'm older than all you motherfuckers even. I remember. A KN. What kind of vehicle is it? Looks like 2 washing machines and a fucking dryer. Oh, I can't answer that right now. You're gonna have to call me on Messenger. Straight up, you're gonna have to call me on Messenger if you're watching. Oh, that might have been Messenger. Duh. Huh. This hooker's not gonna come outside. Oh, but I gotta plug this bitch back in again. Not answering. Not while I'm live. No thanks. Trying to quit. What's up? Say it again. Oh, good God. Hey, where you at? I said, can you do me a favor by chance? Are you there? Hang on a second. Let me mute this for a second. This fucking state highway patrolman is not gonna fucking show up at all. I'm fucking so sick and fucking tired of waiting for these motherfuckers, man. this. I am no longer waiting for this fucking state highway patrolman. I just fucking file a fucking complaint against them motherfuckers too. Have me fucking sitting here for fucking hours waiting. See, the stadies don't want to do their jobs. The fucking sheriffs don't want to do their jobs. City fucking police don't do their fucking jobs. This country's definitely going to hell in a handbasket. See, and they want to give these guys fucking more power. People up there fucking smoking drugs. What was it? Supposed to have been a 2% tax or some shit? Whatever the Boston bullshit was about over the tea that we supposedly went to war for. Yeah. Yeah, we went to war over that bullshit. We're paying close to damn near fucking 50% in fucking taxes now. And not a blink. They'll fine you, the city will, for overgrown vegetation and shit on your property. Fine the fuck out of you. But it's okay for the city to get away with it. They passed this new bullshit that you can't park a car on your own property in the grass or whatever if you choose to. It's got to be in a designated actual parking area, you know. And 2 or 3 people fucking passed that fucking vote, you know, up here. And they're getting away with it because nobody goes to these fucking county meetings. You know, you can look up the Henry County Council meetings and shit online for Indiana and watch them yourself. You'll see 1 or 2 people sometimes in the audience, 3/4, you know, occasionally. I think the most I've ever seen in one of those ones was maybe 9 people. And most of them were workers. And then the largest city meeting I witnessed at the mayor's office was last month, I think it was. Yeah, last month or the month before. Anyway, just about every seat up there was full. But then again, you know, they were giving themselves raises and patting themselves on the back, you know, for fixing the roads in front of their house. They still got the cords down here to plug in. What did you do away with the cords out here? I know, right? This is the first time I've been up here in a good while. All right, I gotta set this up here for a minute to charge. All right.
I know, man. You fucking bro. You said, wait, open the door real quick, bro.
Hey, I got one of my phones sitting right there. Yeah. I ain't got time for this thing to fully charge. If she does, she does.